song, or it might be a coffee song. Just everyone sing along. Go and take a pee. This is a smoke break song. Lunch lady's smoke break song. She doesn't like them to be alone. That's just the way it's gonna be. So what are y'all into? Hey Richie, have you drank a few? I drank a few too, back in '93. This is a Pete dance song. Everybody better be getting on. Sit on the pot and pee, even if you have a wee. This is the beefcake song. He needs coffee for his drive to be gone from the house so he can make some money. This is an Aussie song. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song. It's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host Lee. Hotbox that cigarette. Your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. I'll be one ticking, LL Cool Mom out. Come on. Everyone just sing along. We'll sing hey true blue and green with the cooey. This is a British song. It's a quite proper song. We will all go mad unless you sing along. Okay, that's long enough for our professional smoker. Come back to your chat, great host leading. Hot box that cigarette. Your song is over yet? My words I'm starting to forget because we don't ever sleep. Hit the like chicken, LL Cool Mom out. Hope you want chicken, LL Cool Mom out. How?
This song's got an end, no endless chain. No need to press replay again. Subscribers, you know it's short and sweet. Not 3 hours long, just a quick beat. Lean in, can play it for a short break. No long loops giving you a headache. Sit back, relax, or maybe don't. It's your choice, it's all yours to own. No replay.
Hello. Lulu Cooey, sister, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you guys for coming in, and for the ones that already went out. Did I get up for this? Did I allow myself to get out of bed for this? Yes, I sure did. While we wait for a few other people to come in, let me just break down my evening. If you guys missed yesterday's live, I did it in the evening, and it was just the updates on Nancy Guthrie case, just small updates about that. If you missed last night's live on part 1 of the Jodi Arias murdering of Travis Alexander, unfortunately, YouTube has taken that down. I kind of knew they would, because anytime you play 2020, you can't fight them. They're going to take it. So thank you, those that contributed to that live. I appreciate it so much. We're going to go on with this live. All we're playing out of the whole trial is only Jodi Arias' testimony in this, because I think most of us, if not all of us, know about this trial. I was asked to cover it. So that's what I'm doing. And I think the most important parts of this is what she says about herself and about Travis as well. I think she convicted herself pretty much. And the prosecutor, Juan Martinez, I think he did a phenomenal job on this. I mean, I'm not scared by much or many people in this life, but he would have intimidated the hell out of me. And I don't get intimidated. I don't, I just don't, not anymore. No, I divorced that. So, but he was excellent at his job. My heart goes out still to Kirk Nermy, who was one of her Cody, co-counselors. Y'all, this whole case changed his life, and not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. Hi, Lolly. Did you get up to the bathroom? He took some shit from her. They couldn't stand each other, and the judge, he asked many times to be let off this case, and the judge didn't allow it. And it changed him, and he wrote a book on it. I never read it, but I've seen him a couple times being a commentator or a special guest on people's shows when it comes to any kind of true crime and things like that. And he's done some commentating on it. But my heart, every time I hear him speak, I feel bad for the man because this was terrible for him, terrible. And the judge, I mean, I'm no judge. Who am I to speak? But I just feel like if you and the person you're trying to defend just can't vibe. I mean, where do you say we could say now? Now he's just so he wrote a book about this case and his and then he quit practicing. I don't know if he still is practicing, but he quit practicing for at least the defender's office, of course. I don't know that he ever went into private practice. I'll see if I could pull up a picture of him now. I've seen him like on Nancy Grace as a special guest or different places like that, just as a expert, commentator or whatever. But y'all, this messed him up. She's definitely the bane of his existence. So I'll see if I can pull something up. I want to jump right into these this trial again, you guys, because I've got two pulled up. Hold on just a second. I'm playing it back just a little faster than normal speed because they don't talk that fast, if you ask me. If it's a problem for you, let me know, and I'll put it right back down to normal speed. All right. So, and while this is playing, I'll try to find a picture of Kirk Nermy then and now. Also, just so you guys know, I have to stop every now and then and commentate, so I keep my channel. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor and just hit the like for me. That's all I'll ever ask of you guys, and I appreciate it so much. If you want to come down and have a discussion with us in chat, I would love that so much. So, all right, let's start playing part 2 of this, you guys. Jodi Arias back on the stand. Oh wait, shit! I didn't even. Oh shit! Where am I? Okay, hold on. I didn't even realize. I mean, I saw my picture up there with my puppies. I didn't even realize I'm not even up there. Okay, there. Now let's share the screen. All right, and I'll make it big. Y'all watch your ears because I cannot control your volume on it.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
Yesterday when we
Hi, Miss Barbara. Yes, you are. We're only running one right now. Whenever I don't have a panel, I'll only be running one. So, yep, you're in the right room. Good to see you.
finished, we were talking, we were at a point in your life when you were about ready to move in with Matt McCartney. Do you recall? That's
Yes.
where we left off. Okay. And yesterday I'd ask you if at this point in time you were boyfriend and girlfriend. And it seemed like you didn't have a definitive answer for that. Is that a label you two didn't use, or?
I don't recall when we made things official, but he wasn't seeing anyone else, and neither was I.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't recall when we made it official, our relationship. I mean, it
Okay.
definitely became that way, but I don't remember the exact date or time or circumstance, but
Okay,
we weren't seeing anybody else, just each other.
okay. So when you moved in together, it was with the idea that this was a monogamous relationship?
Yes,
And you were working, I believe you told us you got a job at Applebee's, right?
yes.
Okay. And was Matt working?
Yes, he was a manager at Subway.
Okay. Tell us what life was like and how was the relationship? How did he treat you?
I see that period of my life as probably one of the best times in my life. He treated me very well. He was very kind. He was very respectful. He was very spiritual. When I first met him, I was a little bit leery of some of the things he was into. I saw some books on witchcraft, and I thought, but he explained to me that he was just seeking, that he had gone to church most of his life, and he and his family are very much into the Native American culture, and so he asked his pastor about the Native Americans, and he was told they went to hell because they didn't know Jesus Christ. So that turned him off to Christianity, and he decided to explore other religions. So about the time that I met him, he was not practicing Wicca, but he was studying it, and so he had kind of explained it a little bit to me so that I wasn't so, I guess, frightened or suspicious or superstitious maybe of the religion. And so I never practiced it myself, but I think he did prior to us getting together. And by the time I met him, he was sort of moving on to other, like studying Eastern philosophy and Hinduism and Buddhism and that kind of thing too. So,
Okay.
I mean, our relationship took a lot of different spiritual turns and twists.
This might be a good point to back up a little bit in terms of, because you mentioned, and I'll use his word, spirituality or religious beliefs. At the time that you met Matt, where were you spiritually? Was there a particular religion you were a member of? Could you describe that for us?
I was not a member of any denomination. I considered myself Christian. I didn't attend church, and I didn't obey all the commandments that Christianity espouses.
Okay. So when you talked about Matt and the spirituality, did you become more affiliated with his beliefs, or tell us about that?
We sort of explored together and opened up to other beliefs. We began taking meditation seminars, kind of new age type seminars, but they had their roots in Hinduism or Buddhism. Maybe some kind of like more modern version of transcendentalism, things like that. We just took these little courses and classes, and we would drive to Portland or the Bay Area.
Okay. Was that a big part of your relationship with Matt?
Yes, it was.
This may go without saying because you lived together, but was this also a sexual relationship?
Yes,
Did you love Matt?
very much. Yeah, I was in love with him.
Okay. And this apartment, did you both contribute to the finances of the apartment?
Yes, all of the living expenses were split 50-50.
And how long did you and Matt live in this apartment?
We lived in that small apartment for about 5 months, and then we moved to Crater Lake, Oregon.
Okay. And why did you move to Crater Lake?
The seasonal work there is in the summer. It's a very high elevation, so the snow stays till about July and comes back in October. So it's a quick season. It's a busy season. So they have staff housing there at the resort, and we got a dorm and stay there for the season and work there.
Did you and Matt live together when you were in this
Yes.
dorm, as you described it? Okay.
Yes.
And this point in time, then you're probably several months into your relationship, right?
Yes. At this point, 6 months, I'd say.
I know that probably it's hard to quantify, but was this a serious relationship at this point in time?
Yes, we weren't like heavily discussing marriage, but we were talking about children and what kind of lifestyle we would have if we decided to have a family.
So was marriage on the table, so to speak?
Yeah, it was a future possibility.
Okay. How long in total, in terms of your relationship, were you together with Matt?
I think approximately a year and 8 months.
Okay. In that year and 8 months, did he ever hit you?
No,
Did he ever call you a whore,
no,
a slut,
no,
three-hole wonder?
no.
What brought the end of your relationship with Matt McCartney?
Well, after the first season at Crater Lake, we came back, and ironically, the same exact apartment opened up again. So we rented the same place where we lived prior to that. we stayed there for some months, and we began to sort of argue over little things. It wasn't anything serious, but it wore on our relationship because it just made things not so enjoyable. So we decided to take a breather from each other. Well, not from each other, but just from our living together. So he went back to Crater Lake for a season, and this time I did not go. I moved to Ashland, which is about 15 minutes south of Medford. It's in Oregon also.
Let me ask you before you go any further, these arguments that you spoke, you would have little arguments or things would get uncomfortable. Describe what you mean by little arguments, because that can mean a lot of different things to different people. Was there screaming? Was there throwing things?
No, nothing like that. It was more like nagging, like he would leave his clothes everywhere and I would be like, and what else? Sometimes I would leave a dish somewhere in the living room if we were eating. And so it was kind of like more about housekeeping and that sort of thing, just, living together.
Okay.
And those
The
dynamics.
fights themselves didn't get volatile from what you're telling us,
No,
right?
they weren't.
Okay. Now you're talking about this period in time, you're starting to have some discord in your relationship. Tell us how that discord leads to the end of the relationship.
Well, we decided to spend a little time apart. We saw each other on our weekends. He would come into town in Ashland and stay with me. And I remember I was with his dad's girlfriend, and she was trying to, I felt sort of like we were distancing, but I was hanging out with, I can't remember her name, but his dad's girlfriend at the time. And we were trying to download pictures onto his dad's hard drive. And on the desktop, there were some other pictures of this girl. And I didn't recognize her, but I recognized the setting, and it was inside the lodge at Crater Lake. And so the date was also current with this season, which would have been 2001. But it was just labeled with, I guess, an initial, the letter B. So I didn't know who she was, but I wasn't overly concerned about it. But, I just kind of had a feeling. And so I let that go. And a few weeks later, I was working at Applebee's. And I was walking past the table and two people said, "Hi, Jodi," and I stopped and I didn't recognize them. And they explained that they worked with Matt at Crater Lake and they were just in town for their days off. And I just said hi and, checked on them later as they were about to leave. And they said, "We took a vote and think you should know something." And they told me that he was seeing a girl named Bianca at Crater Lake. And so that explained the initial B on that photo. And I kind of said, "Well, does she have dark hair?" And he said, "Yes." And so I figured it was her.
Let me ask you this. What did you do when you had this information?
I was reeling because, of all the boyfriends I had, I would have expected him to not be the one that cheated on me. He was very loyal. I trusted him completely, like implicitly. He could have said the sky is falling and I would have believed him. I think I would have just looked out the window to see what it looks like. But I asked my boss if I could go home a little early and he said that was fine. So I think I was let go. It was slow. I was let go around 7.
And just so we're clear, you were living with Matt at the time?
No, he was living at Crater Lake and I was living in Ashland.
Okay.
So I went home, I changed my clothes, and I decided to, at this time, though, Matt was in Borrego Springs, California. Looking
How
for more.
far was that from where you were?
Very far. It's almost by the border. And Ashland is up by the other California border, the northern border.
Okay. So did you call Matt?
No, neither of us had cell phones at that time.
Okay. So what did you do once you went home early and learned of this information?
Well, I decided that I wanted to find out if it was true. So it wasn't very late. It's about an hour and a half drive to Crater Lake. So after getting dressed, I drove up to Crater Lake to see if I could find out. I had friends that were still there, and the people that told me this I didn't know. So I wanted to find out from them. And I went, there were 2 dormitories there. So I went to the one that's closest to the lodge because that one was where people would hang out. And so I could find some people that I knew. And I ran into a guy, I think his name was Steve. And I asked him.
Sustained. Are any of the jurors having trouble hearing? Is anyone having trouble hearing? I understand that you reported to the bailiff earlier that you had difficulty yesterday. Anyone who cannot hear today? If at any time you cannot hear, please raise your hand and let me know immediately. All right, you may continue.
Okay, Jodi, you were in the process of telling us you're going to Crater Lake to find out whether or not Matt was being unfaithful to you.
Right. I didn't want to continue in the relationship if that was the case. If it wasn't the case, then of course I would because I loved him.
Did you find out that information? Were you able to confirm it or dispel it? And how did you do that?
I knocked on Bianca's door and Steve had run to warn her. So I could hear them talking and he was very frantic. How do I say this? Well, he's gay, so he kind of is he exaggerates, he's very emotional and he's very animated. And so it kind of made me chuckle because he sounded very funny. And I could tell they were nervous. So she opened the door and I said, "Hi, are you Bianca?" And she said, "Yeah." So she invited me in because she knew who I was. And so we sat down. There were 2 beds in this dorm. She was staying with another relative. They were both from Romania and they were here for seasonal work. So she sat on her bed, I sat on the other bed, and we just talked for about an hour and a half, maybe not quite that long, maybe an hour. And she just told me that she started.
Based on this conversation, were you able to confirm the idea that Matt McCartney and Bianca were having an affair?
Yes. Well, yes, they were together.
Okay. Now, in this hour and a half conversation, were you yelling at her?
No, it was just chit chat, actually. I mean, I was trying not to freak out or cry or get upset, because she had no idea. She was under the impression that he and I were no longer together, so that I didn't look at this as her fault.
How did it feel when you had this information confirmed?
I didn't really allow myself to have much emotion about it until I left her presence. And at that point, I allowed myself to cry.
And where were you at this point? Had you gone back home, or is this like out in the parking lot?
Well, at this point, it was really late, so I ended up crashing in my friend Eddie's dorm, and he was kind of a family friend. His family is from Wairika. He's friends with Matt, he's friends with me. His father also owned a local restaurant, so we all knew each other. So Eddie said, "You can sleep here," and there were 2 beds in that dorm. And so I crashed there until about sunrise, and then I got up and drove back to Medford.
And at this point in time, when you're driving back to Medford, have you talked to Matt?
No.
When you go back to Medford, what do?
I don't remember the sequence of order, but I also confronted Matt, and he confirmed it. And at that point, he was honest about it.
Let me ask you this. You say this confrontation. Was Matt back in Medford when you got there?
He came back, but I don't remember if he was there the day that I got back from Crater Lake or if he came the next day or whatever.
Okay. And what do you mean by confrontation?
I went over to his dad's house. I knew the day he was getting back. And he was on the phone with Bianca when I came over, and he's hung up and he said, "I know what you want to talk about." And so we left the house and went to my car, so that his dad wasn't privy to the information, because I think Matt was very embarrassed about it. So we just talked about it, and basically our relationship was over, and it was kind of sad.
Okay. And when was this again, time-wise?
This would have been September. It was right before September 11th, so it was in 2001. I just remember that.
And was this a heated confrontation or just a?
No, it wasn't heated. It was just emotional. We were both crying.
Okay. And this time in September of 2001, was that the last time you saw Matt McCartney?
No.
Tell us what happened after you guys, I guess, broke up in September 2001. What happened with your relationship?
I wanted to leave the area because Matt and I had a lot of experiences, mostly all good, in that whole Southern Oregon area. All those towns, Crater Lake, that entire area. So it was just every corner that I drove and turned, it was sentimental. So I wanted to leave. So there was a martial arts instructor that I knew, Matt and I knew, and he said that
Sustained.
Without telling us anybody what steps did you take in your life next?
He referred me to another place of employment in Big Sur, California.
And where was that?
Big Sur, California is also in Monterey County, like Salinas. I'd never been there all the years I lived in Salinas. It's south of Carmel, about 28 miles.
And was there a particular resort?
Yes.
What was that?
The resort was called, I think it's still called Ventana Inn and Spa.
Now, was that the resort where you met Daryl Brewer?
Yes.
Okay. You applied for a job and were interviewed by Daryl Brewer, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that period in your life, what you were doing, how you were living.
Well, I drove down there and interviewed with Daryl. It was in the afternoon. I was a little apprehensive about moving all the way out there. There was no place to live. There was staff housing at that resort as well, but nothing was open or available at that time. I was told that when there is an overflow of employees, they are allowed to use the campground if there are open lots. because this was in October now. I think my interview was actually on October 20th because I remember it was Matt's birthday. So during that time, that's a slow season in Big Sur, where things are slowing down. So the campground was mostly all open. So I was thinking of trading in my car to get a trailer, but I wasn't really in a financial position to do that. So when Daryl hired me, I kind of scrambled around and went to an outdoor supply store and bought some equipment. And when Matt heard about what I was doing, he was also looking for work. The position he sought at Borrego Springs didn't pan out, and so he came down to Big Sur and also applied at Ventana.
Okay, so let me understand this as it relates to Matt McCartney. He said that the breakup conversation wasn't the last time you talked. It sounds to me like you maintained a relationship with him after you broke up. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a period after we broke up when we didn't talk for about a week, and then maybe a couple more. We would say hi briefly on the phone and then not talk again, because it was just, our feelings were tender, and it was just kind of a sticky situation. He was really ashamed of his behavior. I think his mother had shamed him a little. But eventually we began to talk again, if that makes sense.
Okay. And when he, just so we're clear too, you talked about him, or I guess he was going to live with you in this tent, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just so we're clear, was this a rekindling of the romance, so to speak?
Not really. I mean, there were blurred boundaries because we were familiar with each other, comfortable with each other. We weren't actively trying to rekindle a relationship, but there was still a lot of sentimentality.
Okay. Were you still sexual with him at this point in time?
One time. We had sex one more time after we broke up.
Okay. After that, then it was merely platonic.
I considered it platonic. I still had some feelings for him, but we were not really together, and we were just friends at that point. I got actually 2 weeks after living in the tent, I secured employee housing, and I think he stayed in the tent for some time, and then he got employee housing also.
Okay. Now, what was your job at this resort? What did Mr. Brewer initially hire you to do?
Initially, I started as just a server in the restaurant. There's a restaurant at Ventana.
Okay. And describe this restaurant for us. I mean, is this a Denny equivalent of Denny's, or just?
No, it's considered classified as fine dining. It was once rated 4 stars by Mobile Resorts. It had been featured in Condé Nast Traveler and all kinds of different publications. It had a lot of accolades, and it's kind of a resort where high-profile celebrities and things would go to just to be private and get away from things. So our guests were treated discreetly, and you know.
Okay. Well, as far as jobs go, was this you talked about you had a career waiting tables at Denny's and Purple Plum and all these places. Was this one of the better paying jobs you've had?
As far as, well, most servers work for the tips, so as far as that goes, it was better paying. There was also a bigger tip out though. So when you have a position like that, it's not just you taking orders and delivering food. You have a lot of help, and different people that make the restaurant run smoothly, and so you have a lot of different people, such as the bartender, the hostess, the busser that you tip out. So even though the tip pool was huge at the end, after the tip out, I was still walking away with more than at Applebee's. So it was nicer.
Okay. And how long did you remain a server with Ventana?
I think I was there 3.5 years.
Was that your only position within the resort?
No, the following summer in 2002, the wedding coordinator, her name was Arlene Murillo, she was having stomach pains that she had been ignoring for several months. And she finally went to the doctor and found out she had pancreatic cancer, and she passed away within a month. So I filled her position temporarily until they could find a more permanent replacement for wedding coordinator.
And you were acting as a wedding coordinator, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And what did that involve?
It involved working with the brides and grooms and how they wanted their reception and their ceremony set up. There are a few wedding sites at Ventana, and just, negotiating the costs with them and returning phone calls, emails, sending out wedding packages for inquiries.
And were you, at this point in time when you were wedding coordinator, were you in a relationship with Daryl Brewer?
No.
Tell us, you talked about October 2001, you go to Ventana, you're hired by Mr. Brewer. Tell us about how that relationship evolved.
During that summer, in May, right prior to the summer, the restaurant, it was called Cielo at the time, it closed for remodeling. And so we moved the entire restaurant operation over to the inn, and I helped out with that, and Daryl was heavily involved with that. So we were working closely together, and then also with the wedding coordinating position. We worked more closely together. So I began to sort of develop a crush on him, but he was my boss, so I didn't ever let that on. And then at one point, he pulled me aside and said, I'm going to resign from my position tonight at, I think it was called the briefing. I think it was some kind of meeting we had before the shift started. So he wanted to let me know that, so it wasn't like a shock. I think he let a few other managers know ahead of time.
And how many months were you working with Mr. Brewer before, to your recollection, before he told you he was going to resign his position?
Well, I would have been working with him from the day I was hired, so about a year.
Okay. And but at that point in time, it was merely a working relationship? Was it a friendship?
I wouldn't even call it a friendship. We kept that separate. We never fraternized or anything like that. We just worked together.
Okay. So he's advising you that he is changing positions. Do you begin dating then, or just describe that for us?
No, after he stepped down from his management position, he stepped into a supervisory role. So I still didn't, make any moves, or he didn't express anything, and I didn't express anything. But then he decided he was going to step out of that role too. And prior to actually doing that, we had a conversation where we sort of discovered our mutual interest in each other, but we still didn't do anything because he was still technically my supervisor. And about a week later, he stepped out of that position and we went on a date.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, how old are you in 2001 or two? I guess we're talking about 2002 now, right?
Yeah, I was 22.
Okay. And how old was Mr. Brewer?
He was 42.
How did you feel about dating someone that much your senior?
I wasn't so much concerned about dating him as I was concerned about how other people might view it. I found Daryl very attractive. He was tall, he was, handsome, beautiful eyes, that kind of thing. We were very compatible, our personalities. I don't know, I kind of saw him as like a George Clooney type, like he's older but attractive. And we had a lot of similar interests. So I think he was more concerned about the age gap than I was, because he was also concerned about how people might view him for dating somebody so young.
When you began dating him, did you know of did you know he had a son?
Yes, I had seen him a few times at the restaurant.
Okay. And did you know that he was divorced?
Yes.
Okay. And all those things were okay with you?
It wasn't how I envisioned it, but I guess you can't always control like where your heart's going to go. There were things I discovered about him after the fact that he kept very private that I didn't care for, but I already loved him, so I accepted those things.
Okay. Well, before we start talking about those things, let's talk about the evolution of the relationship from that first date.
Mm-hmm.
You're still living in staff housing, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just kind of take us through the process of other dates, how the relationship evolved, that sort of thing.
Okay. As soon as he stepped down from the supervisory position, we went to San Francisco and went to a 49er game. We're both 49er fanatics, being from that area. We just kind of toured the city a little, not like a whole bunch of touring, but we walked around Union Square. Being in that business, you know other people that are in the business, so we got a great deal on a hotel room right near Union Square, and it was a good trip. We just continued to do that. I began to come over and hang out on our days off while his son was there. So he got a little more used to me. He was very shy when he was younger. I think I came into his life when he was about 4, 3.5, 4.
Okay. Was Daryl living in staff housing as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you're working together at this time as well?
Yes, he actually became a server. So we're both kind of equal as far as our positions go.
Okay. Do you recall how big a staff there was, and at least among the waiters and waitresses there?
Off the top of my head, I'd say maybe 20 people as far as just the servers.
Okay. Lots of women employed there as well?
There were.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Sorry I was late from the computer. I had to clean up some poop. It's always the highlight of my day. I'm potty training a puppy, so you guys know how that goes. Anyways, welcome. Thank you guys for being here. We're just watching the Jodi Arias trial. All we're watching is just only her testimony, because I figure that's enough for everybody who doesn't know about this trial to get the gist. I feel like she sold her own fate with her testimony. And those that do know the trial, we're just refreshing and we're getting caught up on this. Thank you guys so much. Target, you got a lot of work around the house. Listen, I'm telling you, y'all, I have 3 dogs, and this puppy, I forget how much work a puppy is, but he is so worth it. He's such a good dog. Anyways, thank y'all so much for being here, and I'll sit here at this computer till the rest of it's over, unless he uses the bathroom again. But welcome. Thank you guys for being here.
Maybe 7 other women, I think.
Were you, at any point in time, in terms of Daryl's interaction with women where you were dating, did you get jealous? Did you get angry at him?
At him, no, I didn't.
Now, you go on these dates, you're both living in staff housing. We heard about the home you bought together. When did you buy that home?
We bought the house in 2005. I think we closed in June 2005.
Prior to buying that home, what happened we were talking about 2002, you're dating, you're both living in staff housing. Do you live together before you buy that house? Yourself and Daryl?
No, we had separate apartments. At that point, he had moved back to Monterey, and I had quit Ventana and moved to Monterey as well. And we were working in separate jobs, separate apartments.
Okay. And this was in Monterey?
Yes.
Okay. And you were still would there be a point in time when you say that you and Mr. Brewer were in a monogamous relationship, what we would call boyfriend-girlfriend, was there a point in time when that occurred?
Yes, I don't remember the exact point in time, but we were either in San Francisco on at one of the games, or I can't remember. We celebrated as soon as he was out of his supervisory role. We celebrated and decided to make things official around that time.
Okay.
He was a little nervous about it. He didn't want to get married, so he made that very clear right off the bat.
Right off the bat, he told you he didn't want to get married.
Yeah, he made his intentions very clear that he liked me and he was attracted to me and he was okay with being with me, but he said, I don't see myself getting married again.
How did that sit with you?
I was young at the time, so it didn't bother me. I figured I still have many years left and I enjoyed being with him, so that's what I did. I just enjoyed the time we had together.
Okay. And you said just a few moments ago, you said eventually you got to the point where you fell in love with Daryl.
Yes.
Is there a moment in time, or is there a point in time that you can describe for us where you knew that was the case?
I don't remember the exact moment. It was a gradual process. My crush just became more and more, and then I began to really love his son, and we progressed in that regard.
Okay. I asked because you said you got to a certain point where you're in love with him, but there were all these flaws or things that you had to overlook.
Yes.
Once you were in love with him.
Yes.
Could you describe for us what you mean by what you were overlooking, at least from your perspective?
I discovered after I had already developed some deep feelings for him that he was a smoker. He didn't advertise that. I never saw him smoking. So that was, the only thing it bummed me out about is that his health. I thought, okay, it's going to affect his health. I mean, he didn't ever smell like smoke. I never knew it. So he had very good hygiene, but I was concerned about his health. And I also, he admitted to me one day that he was an alcoholic.
And those were the two big things that were troubling to you?
Yes, they were. I didn't see myself being with a smoker. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it wasn't the lifestyle that I wanted. My grandparents were chain smokers for a long time, and I saw how it affected their health very negatively until they finally quit. And I didn't want that kind of lifestyle.
What about the alcoholism? Did that manifest itself during the relationship?
I didn't notice it until after he really talked about it. We would hang out, we would watch football during football season, and we would have dinner at his house. He was a very good cook. And I would notice after dinner, he would take some Stoli out of the fridge, or Smirnoff, I think, out of the freezer, and he would pour himself a drink, and okay, whatever, he's just relaxing. But as the hours would go on, I would go back into the kitchen to throw something away, and there was an entire empty 6-pack of Sierra Nevada. And so I didn't see him drink it, and he wasn't changing his behavior. He was the same, so I didn't assume anything really. But when he told me about it, one day he was very troubled over it and was trying to overcome it.
So despite these, you said, you were in love with him. Before you buy the house, you're both living in separate apartments in Monterey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you working?
I was working at an Italian restaurant called Piatti. And also California Pizza Kitchen had opened a restaurant there at their mall. And so I helped open that restaurant, and I was tending bar there.
And to your recollection, where was Daryl working?
Where was he working? I don't know why, I can't remember. I think he was working in Pebble Beach at a resort in Pebble Beach.
Tell us about the thinking behind the two of you deciding to purchase a home together.
Well, I saw myself eventually becoming a real estate investor. That's what I sort of wanted to do career-wise. And obviously the housing market was taking off in 2005. So I wanted to buy a home and sit on it for a while. And I had good credit, but I didn't have quite the income required for that. So I began talking to Daryl about it. And he also really wanted to buy a home. The Monterey Peninsula was way out of our reach. At that time, like a dirt lot was going for $700,000. So there was no way we were able to purchase property in that area at the time. Also, I should probably mention he stopped drinking. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have considered that. So he's been sober since 2004. So we decided to talk about buying a house together, and his wife, or his ex-wife, was moving to La Quinta, California, which is in Riverside County, I think. And it's right near Palm Desert. So we began making plans to move to Sacramento since she was moving. We wanted to buy a home, but we wanted to stay nearer to Monterey and not come all the way down to the desert.
You said you wanted to become involved in the real estate market. Did you do anything besides just look at purchasing a home? Did you educate yourself, anything of that nature?
Yes, I took real estate classes at Monterey Peninsula College just to become more familiarized with the process of real estate economics, and I don't remember all the other title of the class I took, but it involved real estate. So I took those at the same time I was taking more semesters of Spanish, and began studying it and just paying more attention to real estate market trends and looking at listings and things like that.
Okay. One of the things we spoke about earlier was, all throughout high school, that you had an interest in art, photography, different mediums of art. Was that a business that you were interested in this time, or were you more focused on the real estate business?
It was a business that I saw myself developing, but I wasn't actively, at that point in my life, I wasn't actively trying to start like a company or anything. I was trying to start a real estate company.
Were you still painting and drawing and?
Occasionally, I didn't. It's very time consuming, so I didn't take a lot of time out of my schedule to do that. But every now and then I did. For Father's Day, I gave Daryl a portrait of his son, and he really liked it.
Did it, purchasing the home at this point in time, do you remember how much that home cost?
I believe it was $350,000.
And did you and Mr. Brewer have to put down a sizable down payment in order to buy that house?
I think, I can't remember who put money down, but it was one of those, I think it was 100% financed, interest only kind of thing.
Okay. What was your financial situation at that point in time when you were buying that house?
I was in a pretty solid financial position. I had a lot of money in the bank saved. Well, by a lot, I mean about 10 or 12,000, which I think at that point in my life was the most I'd saved ever. And I had very good credit. Daryl had good credit. He had, I think, a Roth IRA or something that he was also, saving for retirement. So he was invested as well.
Okay. So when did you, if you can recall, when did you move into the home? When did you close on the house?
I believe it was June 2005 that we were actually going to move to Sacramento, and we were looking around the area there. So we made an offer on a house in Fair Oaks, which is a city right outside of Sacramento. And the owners accepted our offer. We checked out the house. We really liked it. And the day after our offer was accepted, the plan was we were going to take his son and keep him full-time. And, he would visit his mother in La Quinta. And so the day after our offer was accepted, she decided that she wanted him to come live with her and continue the same custody agreement. So at that point, the Sacramento area wasn't feasible anymore for Daryl, and I wasn't able to buy a house without him. And of course, I wanted to be with him because we were still together. So,
just so we're clear too, she is in this story. She is Daryl's ex-wife, right?
Yes.
Jack's mother.
Jack's mother.
Okay.
So I came over to his house the day after. We're just really high on the fact that we're going to get a house, and we're excited. And he was just hanging up the phone, and he said, I don't remember what he said, but he was, sorry.
Well, Jodi, why don't we talk about the point in time then you make this offer in this house near Sacramento. You don't get that. Tell us how you wind up in the house that you wound up in.
Well, we decided that we needed to be, well, he needed to be nearer to his son. So we checked out schools and real estate prices in Palm Desert, which was more affordable than La Quinta. La Quinta is more a high-end community with more expensive property. In Palm Desert, there was a very good school district, and there were neighborhoods that had houses within our price range that were in that school district. So we made an offer on a house that I had seen online that I really liked.
So when you say really like, was this just from a personal perspective or also from a business perspective?
I guess from the business perspective, because it was within our price range, and a personal perspective, because just judging from the picture of the house, it looked like a house that I could see myself living in. Of course, we needed to see it in person first, but.
Okay. So when did you close and move into this house in Palm Desert?
We finally moved there in the summer
Of
2005.
And in terms of the situation, how big was this house?
The house was, I can't remember the square footage, somewhere around 1,400, maybe 1,500. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an open floor plan with the living room, dining area, and kitchen. It had a pool in the back, fruit trees, mature landscaping, palm trees, a front yard.
What was the living situation in terms of the bedrooms? Did you and Daryl share one? Describe that a bit for us.
I had my bed, he had his bed, so we moved them both in, and I kind of kept the master bedroom sort of as my own space, and he had another bedroom that he kind of, like when he came home from work, he would call it his cave time. He needed about 45 minutes to just decompress, and he kind of just vegged out in front of CNN or something like that. And then after that, we would just sort of hang out.
Did Jack have a bedroom as well?
Yes, Jack had the other bedroom.
And how often did Jack live with the two of you?
He came on the weekends, 2 to 3 days a week.
And from your perspective, do you feel like you had a good relationship with Jack?
Yeah, we grew closer after moving to Palm Desert. Yeah, I did. I had a good relationship. It wasn't like a motherly kind of role. It was more like, I guess, having grown up with younger siblings, Jack felt more like a little brother to me.
And your relationship with Daryl at this point in time in 2005, when you moved into this home, what was the status of your romantic relationship with Daryl?
We were boyfriend, girlfriend. We were in a committed monogamous relationship, not necessarily headed for marriage, but I was in love with him.
You say not necessarily headed for marriage. Had Daryl's perspective, as you saw it, did that change from that initial advisement, I guess, that he gave you a couple years prior?
I was not under any impression that he had changed his mind about his position on marriage.
Okay. So given that Mr. Brewer was not interested in getting married, and you had your separate lives, your separate bank accounts, that you got the mortgage together, what was the plan on purchasing this home? Were you going to live in it for years? What was the idea?
Ideally, if everything had worked out and if the housing market had continued to increase, which of course it didn't, I think June was the year it peaked, or the month it peaked, then we would have stayed in it for 2 years and either rented it out or flipped it, sold it and tried to reinvest in another house.
So you didn't have a plan to be permanently together, whether married or not, you and Daryl?
No, actually, I had hoped to maybe buy him out on the house, if possible, so that I could own it. And then I had ideas of maybe making it into a business investment property.
Okay. At this point in time, were you still in love with Mr. Brewer?
You mean while we owned the house together?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you want to marry Daryl Brewer?
I probably would have, I would have married him. I don't know that, he was pretty clear that he didn't want to get married, so I didn't allow myself to entertain that idea, but I could see myself spending my life with him.
So as it relates to this plan that was hatched, I guess, or actualized in 2005 to buy the house and stay together in it for a couple of years and make money, did that plan work?
No, it didn't work at all.
Why not? What happened?
The day before we signed on our house, our mortgage broker called and switched up the terms, and she said it really fast, and we were like, okay, whatever, we just really wanted the house. So what we failed to remember or consider was that in 1 year, the mortgage would index with the current rate, and so our mortgage payment jumped from $2,200 a month up to $2,800 a month, and it was a lot more than we were expecting.
And were you still working 2 jobs?
Yes, I was working 2 jobs, yes, in Palm Desert.
So the Your half of the mortgage then would have been $1,400, right?
Yes.
And that didn't include any of the other household expenses?
No other bills, just the mortgage alone was that.
Okay. And were you, even between these two jobs, were you making the kind of money that you could afford that sort of payment?
I think I might have been able to. I would have been, I think, living very impoverished if it didn't quite cover the mortgage. I came up short every month.
So how did you keep paying the mortgage?
I was hoping to earn more money or get another job, but what I did in the meantime, assuming that I would be able to pay it back, is I started paying the mortgage with my credit cards.
Was the value of the home, what was happening with that?
The value obviously wasn't increasing anymore. I didn't really look into the value of the home I was living in, but I was paying attention to sale prices in my neighborhood, and they were going for almost $100,000 less at this point than what we closed on our home for. So it was pretty apparent that the market was kind of switching back to a buyer's market.
And how long were you and Daryl able to maintain the home with this increased mortgage payment?
I can't remember exactly when it mortgaged, but it went south pretty quickly as far as being able to maintain the payments. I think the last the full half payment that I made was in November 2006. And then by December, I couldn't quite get to $1,400. And then by January, I couldn't pay. I think I paid even less. And I think that was the last time I was able to even attempt it. And so by then we decided we were going to just let the property lapse into foreclosure.
Okay. Moving back a few months to the fall of 2006, what was going on with your relationship with Mr. Brewer? Were you still happy, or describe that for us?
Well, I still loved him, but I think that summer I had a lot of things, just kind of reality hit. We weren't really progressing in our relationship. I was no longer 22, I was 26 now, so I began to question, where I was going with my life. Was I going to have a family with this person? And so it really didn't seem that way. And at the time, my goal was marriage and children, at least someday. And that's not something you can just go out and get. It's something you have to kind of invest time in. And so at age 26, I was more than halfway through my 20s, and I wanted to begin focusing more on that. But we had the house together, so I wasn't sure how that was going to work. So I became, I guess, a little more disenchanted with the relationship. He wasn't really focused on it. He had a lot of stress going on with his life and his bills and his son and his ex-wife and that kind of thing. So we were going in different directions. We had different visions for our futures.
You mentioned personally the things you wanted on a personal level, but you had also talked about this home purchase being a business venture for you, obviously one that wasn't doing so well, right?
Yes.
Did you have other ideas in mind with what you wanted to do with your life from a professional standpoint?
Well, I was looking for other ways to get on my feet financially so that I could invest in real estate, which was going to be a main form of my income, so I could do other things that I enjoy, which would also be forms of income, such as photography. And I didn't see myself yet making a career out of art, but it was more a hobby than a career goal, but possibly that. And I wanted to get my art into galleries. I enjoyed the weddings that I had done at Ventana, but I enjoyed photography more than coordinating them. So I wanted to become a wedding photographer also. Now,
Before we go any further into some of your ventures, we talked about a little bit throughout the course of your life, that you called your spiritual or religious thinking. You talked about your two prior boyfriends. At this point in time in the fall of 2006, where was your thinking spiritually, religiously?
At that time, I considered myself very open-minded spiritually as far as religions go. I find good things in all kinds of religions and truths in all religions. There are things that resonate with me. And so I didn't have a particular or specific religion that I was identified with or that I considered to be my religion. It was kind of open and broad, but I still considered myself spiritual.
Okay. Now, you mentioned looking for a financial mechanism, if you will, to allow you to make money while you worked on your art and your photography, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Did you find one of those, or what you thought was one of those?
Yes. The year before, I went to work at California Pizza Kitchen one day, and my manager asked me where I saw myself in 5 years. And the first thought that jumped into my mind was real estate, something involving real estate. I think I mentioned that. He said he was going to be retired, which was I thought was kind of a bold statement because he's about my age. And so he gave me some information, and it was the company that was then called Prepaid Legal. I think there was a magazine and a DVD, and he was really excited about it. And I thought, okay, well, he asked me to look at it, review it, and I told him I would. But it wasn't anything that really got me excited. And initially I took it, that day at work, I put it next to one of the computer terminals and I forgot about it. And it stayed at work for several weeks, almost a month, before I remembered to finally take it home.
Okay. Did you watch that DVD?
Not at that point. I took it home. I never looked at it. Well, not never. I didn't look at it for a long time. It went into a closet, just a storage closet. And about 6 months later, maybe 5 months later, I was cleaning it out, and I was just cleaning things out, and I came across the DVD, and I wanted to throw it away, but I didn't want to throw it away before I at least knew what was on it. So I stopped what I was doing. I popped it into the DVD player and sat down and just gave it my attention for that time so that I could at least throw it away knowing that I knew what was on it before I threw it away. And I just liked what I saw, and so I called him back. And the person who gave it to me, I called him back. He said he wasn't in the business anymore, but he could refer me to his upline, and so I got his number, and then I called that guy. And he told me he wasn't in the business anymore, but that he would still get me some more material on it. And so I waited a few days and didn't hear back from him. So I finally just went to Prepaid Legal's website and submitted my information for to get more information about it. I think I was able to sign up on the website. No, I don't think I signed up then, but I submitted my information, and a lady named Michelle finally called me back.
And this lady named Michelle that called you back, did you know her?
No,
prior to her call?
Not prior.
Okay. Was this someone who was and you were in Palm Desert at the time that you made this call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this Michelle, was she in your area?
She was. I think what happens is when you submit information, at least this is how it used to be, you submit your phone number, or maybe by zip code or phone number, the referral goes to somebody within your area. So she's in the same area code as I am, but a different city. She lived in Hemet.
Okay. Did you meet with her, or tell us how?
She called me. She was actually at one of the conventions. It was March 2006 that I went onto the computer, and during a break, she checked her email, and she got notice of my information and called me right away, and told me where to go to sign up. So I went online and I signed up. And when she came back from convention, we decided to meet at a restaurant. I think it was in Palm Desert or somewhere halfway.
Well, let's before you get too far, what do you mean by you signed up?
I didn't know what that meant at the time, but she just instructed me to go online, purchase the membership, and then also pay the fee to become an independent associate with the company.
Okay. So you bought their product, and then you pay an additional fee to sell the product.
Yes.
Right? That's what being an associate means, to be able to sell the product?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And why was it that you were interested at this point in time of becoming an associate of this company?
I liked what I saw on the DVD. It was presented very well by two executives in the company that had had a lot of success and are very eloquent, and they were able to explain it in very simple terms with simple math, and it just seemed like something that was that I might have success with.
Okay. So you meet this individual, and are you then involved in selling the product as well, or how do you get involved in that?
Well, she sent me away with tons of supplies, DVDs to pass out to other people, magazines, marketing materials, and I really didn't do anything with it. I just took it home and it sat there and collected dust for a while.
And home, were you still living with Mr. Brewer at that time?
Yes.
And were you still in a boyfriend-girlfriend type relationship at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I keep saying at that time, do you know about what month and year we're talking about?
Well, I was still in March 2006 at this time when I took things home, and like end of March, because she was at the convention and then she came back.
Okay. So these materials, you're telling us they sit. Were you actively trying to sell memberships? What were you doing in regards to Prepaid Legal?
Not at that point. She had called me in the summer. There was a team event at Daniel Summit, Utah, and it was scheduled at the beginning of July that year. And I was scheduled to go to my cousin's wedding, and I wanted to build my wedding portfolio. So that was much more important to me, obviously, and to be with my family for that event. So I didn't go to that. I didn't go to the company event that she invited me to, but I went to my cousin's wedding, and then the summer went by, and she called me in early August and asked if I had bought my ticket for the convention, which occurred in September. And I told her I had not, and she was very adamant that I go. And she told me, you can carpool with us. It's Las Vegas. It's not a far drive. So kind of at her behest, I bought the ticket reluctantly.
In September 2006, You talked about working 2 different jobs to pay the mortgage, that sort of thing. Was that going on in September of 2006 still?
Yes, I was going to go back to work at Pisto. They closed for the summer for a few months, and the owners leave the desert. They go up to Monterey, actually. And then it reopens mid-September, or maybe it's early September, whenever school starts there, because he had children. So around that time, the restaurant reopens, and I still had my position.
Okay. You also talked earlier, I guess, about the time that you purchased the house, you had $10,000 to $12,000 in the bank. Was that money still in the bank in September 2006?
No, that money was long gone.
Okay. So what is your financial situation in September 2006?
It's paycheck to paycheck, struggling. I mean, we're not out on the street or anything, but I gave up all of the extra things that I liked, Starbucks, just things like that, just little things that would chip away at your monthly income. Everything was very sparse. Just whatever we could to make ends meet.
And your relationship with Mr. Brewer, is it still going fine, or are we still at this dead end that you were describing earlier?
It was something I sort of dreaded because I knew it wasn't going to last, but we hadn't discussed it. I don't know where he was with things. I figured he was kind of in the same realm. I didn't realize his feelings were as deep for me as he said when he was on the stand. We had that conversation about a year later, about 8 months afterward, where he told me that, which surprised me. I just kind of figured he was in another place and I was in another place.
Okay. So you purchased this ticket for this convention, and this was in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a specific location for this event?
Yes, it was held at the MGM Grand.
So did you go to this convention?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you get there?
I drove to Hemet and parked my car at Michelle's house, and we took her. She had a brand new Honda Accord, so it was real spacious, and she and Lenore and I all drove the 3 of us carpooled to Las Vegas.
Okay. And you mentioned this person, Lenore. Was this a friend of yours or a stranger to you at the time?
She became a friend. That was the first day I'd met her, and she was also a recruit of Michelle's.
Okay. So you go off to Las Vegas, and these people are virtually strangers to you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Michelle and I would talk occasionally and text. I was comfortable around her. She was almost my mother's age, maybe slightly younger. So I was comfortable around her, but I didn't know her very well.
And to this point in time, it sounds like you hadn't been active in the company at all. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Other than buying a membership?
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Wasn't really looking forward to going, but I figured I should give it an honest shot.
Okay. Did you know anyone else that was going to be at this convention besides your two companions?
I'm sorry?
Did you know anyone else at this convention besides the people you were traveling there with?
No.
Okay. Well, tell us about what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we checked in. There was just a swarm of people everywhere with all their luggage. They were all other associates that were checking in. It's a convention of about, I think at the time there were about 12,000 people. So it's in Canada and the US, so all kinds of people from all different walks of life descend onto the MGM Grand for this convention. And not everyone stays at the MGM Grand, but everyone stays around in Las Vegas. So there were a lot of people checking in. We got to our room. We just kind of relaxed for a little while and then walked around, got lunch, and then later got dinner.
You said our room. What was the accommodations? Were you sharing it with these two ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And,
think her mom was also, I can't remember, I think there were 4 of us.
okay. Now, did you get there on the day the convention began, or were you there earlier in the convention?
The convention is on a Friday and Saturday, and we showed up on Wednesday night.
Okay. And what to your understanding anyway, what were you to do at convention? Were you attending classes, attending meetings? What was your purpose in being there?
I didn't understand I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been there before. She just told me it's gonna be a great event, it's gonna get you fired up. I'd never attended a convention, not that convention, so I didn't really know what to expect.
Okay. And how long were you going to be there?
Well, we were gonna leave Sunday, so 5 days total.
Okay. Is that when the convention ended?
No, my understanding was that it went all day Friday, all day Saturday. And there were smaller team events outside of those.
Okay. And was there a particular team that you were to be involved with at this convention?
Michelle was on Team Freedom, so when she recruited me, that made me part of Team Freedom. No, I'm sorry, I take that back. It was Team Renew. Sorry, there's a lot of different teams in the company. Team Renew, I think, was the name.
Okay. And tell us about what happened. You said you went in your room, you relaxed. What did you do next?
We just wandered around a little. We went out to the swimming pool. There were a lot of people there. I didn't bring a bathing suit. I didn't even think I was thinking business. So I felt, I don't know, it was 100 degrees and everyone was out in bikinis, hanging out, bathing suits, splashing around. So I felt awkward. I was just standing there in my business clothes. You know, I was getting introduced to a lot of people. I couldn't really keep track of everyone. There were a lot of names.
Okay. And you say you had another day before the convention started?
Yes, there was Thursday, and then on Friday was when the convention started.
So what did you do on Thursday?
On Thursday, Michelle, Lenore, and I just went, I don't remember the whole day, but I remember we got dinner at Applebee's across town. We just were having dinner. We just killed time just doing things, running around town.
Were you meeting more associates though as well?
Yeah, before we left the MGM Grand, we walked around and met more people, and I was introduced to more people that she knew.
So there weren't any meetings or anything on Thursday, is that right?
Wasn't aware of any, but I later in that evening, I learned that there was a banquet that occurs the night before convention, and that's the executive director banquet.
While you were at this convention, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes.
Describe for us where you were and what was going on when you met Travis Alexander.
On Wednesday night, this would be early September 2006, Michelle, Lenore, and I were with her mother and I think 2 other associates, and we were all sitting around this round table at the Rainforest Cafe, which is inside the casino in the hotel. We were having dinner, and we were finishing up dinner, paid our check, and we left. We didn't leave the Rainforest Cafe. We sort of stayed in this kind of lobby area. I don't know how else this. We were right outside the entrance, still indoors. And there's just tons of people everywhere. A lot of them are prepaid legal business associates. So I'm staying close to Michelle. She's the only person I really know. And I'm meeting other people that are on my team, and she introduces me to people that are in my upline and things like that. And there was just a crowd of people everywhere. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw somebody walking toward me, kind of fast paced. And I noticed it was a guy, and I thought he was going somewhere because he looked like he had a purpose. So I stepped out of the way because I thought he needed to walk past me. But he stopped right in front of me and stuck his hand out and introduced himself.
And was that Travis?
Yes.
What happened from that point in time?
I shook his hand and tried to just log the name because there were a lot of people that I was meeting that weekend. So we just kind of milled around the outside of the Rainforest Cafe a little longer, and then our group began to wander throughout the casino, just past restaurants and sports bars and the slot machines and all that kind of thing.
And you say your group, does that mean the people you went to the restaurant with?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, Mr. Alexander wasn't part of the lunch you had, or dinner, at the Rainforest Cafe?
No, he wasn't.
Did he then follow your group around the MGM?
He made it a point to walk with us. He was also on Team Renew, but more like laterally. He was obviously hired as an executive director as far as position in the company. But so he knew all these people. He had met them all before. But as we wandered throughout the casino, he made it a point to walk next to me and keep me engaged in conversation.
Okay. Was this late in the evening when this was going on, or?
It was dark out, I think, but I don't recall it being very late.
How did you part company with Mr. Alexander that evening?
Well, after wandering around, we kind of wandered back to the lobby where there's a big golden lion statue, and we took pictures there with some people. And then after a while, I kind of noticed that I'd been ignoring everyone else in the group, and just he and I were talking. And at one point there was a lull in the conversation, and it kind of felt like everyone was staring at us, so it was a little awkward. So I sort of began to talk to other people.
Okay.
And sorry.
No, go ahead, tell it.
Okay. I don't remember how we parted, but just said goodbye, and Michelle, Lenore, and I went back to our hotel room. And I didn't really think anything of that meeting, but I think it was Lenore pointed out that she thought maybe he liked me, which made me think differently, I guess, about reflecting on our conversation, because I didn't get that vibe from him.
Okay. Did you speak, after you parted company, did you speak to Mr. Alexander again that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you next speak to Mr. Alexander?
Well, while Lenore and Michelle and I were at Applebee's having dinner, Michelle's phone rang and she answered it, and I only heard her half of the conversation, and then she hung up and asked me and just told me that Travis wants to know if I would go to the executive director banquet with him.
And we heard a little bit about this earlier, but from your perspective, at least, perhaps I should say it this way, at your perspective at the time, did you even know what an executive director's banquet was?
No, when Michelle mentioned it, that was the first I heard about it.
And what did you come to understand that it was?
Eventually, I came to understand that it's kind of it's a banquet where everyone dresses up. The women are dressed to the nines, the men are usually in tuxedos. It's kind of an upscale banquet with multiple courses. And generally there are speeches and things that other people give at the banquet while you're dining.
Okay. Now, once this invitation came to you, let me ask, were you in any way prepared to attend such a banquet?
No, I turned him down and said I didn't want to go because once I found out that it was, something where you have to dress up for, I didn't bring anything for that. So I said, thanks anyway. But no thanks, because we were on the other side of Las Vegas. The banquet started in less than an hour and I just didn't see how I could get a dress, get back there, rush hour traffic, all in that span of time. So.
And this would have been Thursday evening?
Yes, this was Thursday night.
Okay. Did you end up attending that banquet?
I did.
Explain to us how you went from the point in time when you said, I don't have anything to wear, it's across town, it's in an hour, to actually attending the banquet. How did that happen?
Well, after I said no, Michelle she encouraged me. She said it would be a very good experience for me. There are lots of executives that go that you should meet. I think her idea was to get me inspired to become more active in the company and get me more excited about the company. And both Lenore and Michelle were very encouraging, saying that you really should go. This is a very good opportunity. Not everyone gets this opportunity. So I kind of just said, okay, well, we got to find something for me to wear. So we ran around town. I think Kohl's was near Applebee's. I didn't know if there were any suitable dresses at that store, but we went in there, grabbed a few things off the rack, tried them on. Nothing was really working out. So I was thinking I was probably going to call him back. Well, actually, I did call him right before that and said, okay, I don't have a dress, but I'm going to look for one and I'll let you know. And so I was in the dressing room at Kohl's. By that point, he had my cell phone number. And so he called me and said,
Did you end up buying a dress at Kohl's?
no.
Did you end up obtaining a dress to wear to this banquet?
Yes, his friend packed an extra dress and she was the same size as me. And I guess she heard about his predicament and said that I could wear that dress.
Did you find it strange that Mr. Alexander was asking you to this banquet after only meeting him the day before?
I didn't really think of it as strange. I think the whole week was kind of strange. It wasn't really what I was accustomed to, so I was just going with the flow.
Okay. So tell us how you obtained this dress and what happens as you're going from Kohl's to the banquet.
After I realized there was a dress at the hotel, we dropped everything at Kohl's, hopped in the car and got on the freeway, and it was very slow traffic, but we just made it all the way back to the MGM Grand, and we rushed up to the hotel room where the dress was. I changed, and Travis met Michelle and I there, and we walked across the complex over to the ballroom where the banquet hall was being held. I'm sorry, where the banquet was being held, in the ballroom.
Whose dress was it that you were borrowing?
His friend's wife, Sky Hughes.
And had you known Miss Hughes prior to coming to her room and borrowing her dress?
No, I had not met her.
And you mentioned his friend Chris Hughes, being Sky's husband. Had you met Chris Hughes prior to this event?
No.
When you went to, let me ask you this, was Mr. Alexander there in the room when you changed and got ready?
I think he showed up. I was in the bathroom changing.
Tell us what this banquet was like for you.
It was nice. I was somewhat accustomed to that level of dining because of my serving experience, but I was always the server, not the guest. So, and I was very familiar with just how the courses run and, table etiquette and that sort of thing. So that was not really, it didn't move me a lot, but what was interesting was all of these people that were there and how successful they all were. And that kind of opened my eyes to the reality that you really can be successful in this company, and it's not just some fly-by-night company or any kind of get-rich-quick scheme or things like that.
Any kind of, what was that?
Like a get-rich-quick scheme, that's not what it was.
Okay.
It was legitimate.
It sounds to me like then that you were, to some degree, getting intoxicated by the success you were seeing. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if intoxicated would quite be right, but it definitely made a big impression on me.
Impression how?
It stuck out in my mind. Travis also challenged me. He said, every person I take to the executive. Okay.
Nobody rush on. Ms. Arias, did people at this banquet encourage you to become more involved in prepaid legal?
Yes.
Was Mr. Alexander one of those individuals that encouraged you?
Yes, he encouraged me the most of everybody.
Tell us, in terms of, you talked about the dining and things of that nature. Did you have any idea when you went to this banquet, or did you learn during the course of this banquet what?
I had an idea. There were people there giving they're called ring speeches. That means that they earned $100,000 within a 1-year period. So when you do that, you earn a ring to symbolize that or to show that. So that's a huge milestone in the company that a lot of people strive for. Travis did not have his ring. He came close. At one point, he said he made almost 80 grand. Sorry.
I couldn't hear the last statements. Restate the question.
How,
Phone, oh. To your right. Thank you. You may proceed.
to your understanding, how did Mr. Alexander have the ability to invite you to this executive director's banquet?
He wouldn't have to be an executive director to have tickets. So that meant that he qualified for that position.
And to your understanding, what did qualifying to that position mean?
It meant that he had a certain level of production in the company as far as selling memberships. I believe that was my understanding of it.
Okay. But you also mentioned something about a ring. To your understanding at this banquet, was that something different than being an executive director?
Yes, because you can be an executive director and still not be earning $100,000 or actually anywhere near that, is my understanding now.
Okay. Did Mr. Alexander give a speech at this banquet?
No.
Did other people that he was with or people that he knew, did they make speeches at this banquet?
People made speeches and he may have known them, but I don't know what their relationship was to him.
Okay. The level of income of the people in the room, it seemed like from what Mr. Searcy told us, that was pretty well known. Is that correct?
Judging budget, but Mr. Searcy may have been understand.
Restate the question.
Did you have an understanding, or was there any publications that talked about how much money these people were making?
Yes, some of the people are known to, well, you get a ring when you earn $100,000. When your income reaches $250,000, you get a diamond embedded in the ring. When your income reaches $500,000, you get 2 diamonds. And when your income reaches $1 million a year, you get 3 diamonds. So, and then there are people who earn beyond the $1 million mark. I don't know if there is any kind of outward symbol for that or not.
Okay. But you were learning this while you were present at this banquet, right? All these figures, these income figures, right?
Yes, people were mentioning their lifestyle in their speeches. That's incorporated their lifestyle, how things changed, how they struggled or how they're having success now, and they throw out numbers.
Did that speak to you in terms of your current situation? Or your situation as it relates to September 2006?
Yes.
Let's talk about that a little bit. What sorts of, in general, not specifically what they said, but what sort of statements do they make about the lifestyle in terms of with prepaid legal, how long it took to make money, those sort of things?
Their lifestyle, they no longer struggled, was the impression that I got. They no longer worried about paying the bills. They no longer worried about where their money would come from. They were more concerned with things of a higher nature, I guess you could say, like philanthropy, or who they could turn around and bless now that they've been blessed, and constructive ways they could now use their income to better society.
And that was something that also spoke to you?
Yes, very much.
after this banquet, what did you and Mr. Alexander stay together?
After the banquet, we left the banquet room, it was like a big ballroom. And everyone sort of mills around outside and takes pictures with people. And so Travis took me around to a few different executives, and I got my picture taken with a bunch of people and him. And we just did that. And after that, I changed out of, well, we went back to the hotel room and I changed out of the dress and back into regular clothes.
Okay. Without telling me specifically what he said, during this evening with Mr. Alexander, did you get the sense that he had a romantic interest in you?
Not really. He wasn't really flirting with me. He wasn't giving off that vibe. I did get the impression that he was trying to impress me because he was talking about income, and but he was talking to the guy next to him, but he was saying it very loud. So I got that impression, but not that he was trying to like woo me, if that makes sense.
Okay. During that evening, did you learn anything else about Mr. Alexander, where he lived, his family, his work history? Did you learn things like that about him?
He didn't talk about his family, but the night before he said he was from Riverside.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That he was from Riverside.
Okay.
He told me he was a 49ers fan, which I kind of didn't believe because he was from Southern California, and most people like Chargers in that area. But it had to do with Steve Young. I guess it was a member of the church and a very good quarterback. He asked me about the UFC, if I was familiar with it. That was an interest he had, and I was familiar with it somewhat.
And UFC, is that an acronym for something?
Yes, it's an acronym for Ultimate Fighting Championship.
What we would call cage fighting?
Yes, cage fighting, no holds barred.
Okay. And it sounds like you mentioned the church. Did he convey his faith to you that evening?
Not that evening. We went to convention on Friday. He had invited me to sit down on the floor where the executive directors sit. It's just a bunch of chairs set up, so it's closer to the stage instead of the stadium seating.
And just so we're clear, this is the day after the banquet, right?
Yes, this is the Friday morning. I had a ticket, which was several seats up. It was with Michelle. And I got a text message from him that said there's an open seat down here if you want to sit closer to the stage.
Okay. And from your understanding, this would be an area, sound like what you were telling us, is an area that you wouldn't otherwise be able to sit. Is that?
Yes, you needed a special pass to get into that area.
Okay. And do you know why?
It's reserved for executive directors only, so you have to be qualified for that position in order to get into that area.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what did you call this? You said it was a meeting, or what was this event Friday?
It was, I guess I would call them sessions, like there's a morning session and an afternoon session.
Okay. And for those of us who haven't been to one of these sessions with prepaid legal, what does this involve? Is there a huge number of people?
Yes, it fills up. It's a big stadium. I don't know how big, maybe football size, maybe not quite that big, but it's pretty huge.
Well, just so we're clear, we're not talking the size of a football stadium, right?
No, but it holds well over 10,000. I think it can hold like 15,000 people.
Okay. All right.
With the floors.
Okay, so please go on then.
So that was filling up. I decided to make my way down. I don't remember how I got there. I think he met me at the area and took me over to where the seat was. And I went and sat down there, and the event starts with the national anthem and then the Canadian national anthem because the company is in both countries. And then just different things get started. It's kind of mixed up. There's training, entertainment. So, I mean, it's not entertainment, but their speeches. I think they use the term entertainment because it's entertaining training. Do you know what I'm saying? It's entertaining training, I guess you could say. Anyway, we just looked at these. I just watched these speeches and took notes in my journal and took pictures, that kind of thing.
What were this, and I'm not even going to try to repeat the word because I'm sure I'll butcher it, but this entertainment / training, what was that, from your perspective, designed to do?
It's designed to, well, you get more training. Sometimes there are new products that they roll out and they train on that. But at the same time, it is designed to not be boring also. It's something that you usually riveted to. There's a lot of note taking. Some people come out and just rally up the crowd. They're very good speakers. They have a lot of energy. The ring speeches that were heard at the night before also said on stage again so that all the associates that were unable to attend the banquet also get to hear those speeches. They're generally very inspiring because they're success stories.
Okay. And is this meeting in this large facility, is this something that lasts all day?
Yes, we start, I don't remember the time, but we start somewhat mid to early morning, go to lunch, break for lunch, and then come back in the afternoon until late afternoon.
Okay. Did you have lunch with Mr. Alexander?
No, that day I didn't. I went to get sushi with Michelle.
Okay. When you go back to this meeting, do you then return your seat near Mr. Alexander?
Yes. I think he invited me one more time, so then after that, I just stayed in that seat for the rest of the convention.
Did the entire convention, you said the rest of the convention, did the entire convention take place in this one large room?
Yes.
Okay. So you spent the entire 2 days sitting next to him at this convention?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have dinner with him that what would be, I guess, Friday night?
Not Friday night. No, we didn't.
Okay.
I don't really remember Friday night, actually.
Okay. Tell us about Saturday then.
Okay. Saturday, I was again getting lunch with Michelle, and we started texting each other sort of back and forth. By this point, it was pretty clear that he liked me more than friends. He wasn't being overtly flirtatious, but he was being very friendly. And I decided that, well, Michelle had told him that I had a boyfriend.
Did you have a boyfriend at the time?
Yes, I was still with Daryl.
Did you know, to your understanding, was Mr. Alexander aware of the fact that you had a boyfriend?
Yes.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes, he was aware.
And you were just telling us that you got a sense of Mr. Alexander having an interest in you that wasn't strictly business, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned you were getting that sense. What things did he do to give you that sense?
He was texting me after the banquet. He said really nice things. You're a great girl. Okay, sorry.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir, to just affect the listener.
Overruled, you may continue.
He was friendlier and friendlier, but not inappropriate. But after I learned that he already knew I had a boyfriend and he continued to act that way, I thought it would be, I thought I needed to pull him aside and tell him that I have a boyfriend so that he didn't get the wrong impression from me.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was Saturday night. We did have dinner at the Rainforest Cafe again. The whole Team Renew met. They reserved the upper floor of the Rainforest Cafe. We all had dinner there and then hung out in the food court after that and just talked for a long time. And then we went, I texted him earlier and said, I'd like to talk to you later.
She's still glaring at me.
Rephrase the question.
What motivated you to, or I should say that, how did you arrange this conversation with Mr. Alexander?
I indicated that I would like to talk to him when the time is appropriate, alone, and he said, okay. So we were hanging out in the food court, and he asked me, do you want to go for a walk? And I said, I thought this would be my opportunity to talk to him, so we started going for a walk around the casino. It was very late. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning at that point, and we started wandering near the stores. They're all closed at that point, so there are plenty of people over in the casino area where all the slot machines are, but this end of the building was kind of empty. So as we walked, I explained to him that I had a boyfriend. And I told him I liked him, but I'm in a relationship. And I explained a little bit about the state of my relationship. I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just...
What do you mean by you explained to him the state of your relationship?
I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just said, I'm not sure where it's going, but he's my boyfriend. That's what I said. I mean, I'm monogamous, so I'm with Daryl. I'm not with anybody else.
Okay. Did he respond in any way to what you were saying?
He smiled, and he was aware that that's what I was, well, he assumed that's what I was going to talk to him about. And so at that point, it was clear, I thought. And I was able to relax a little more and just be friends. And so we found a park bench. It was kind of like a park bench against a wall at that end of the building. And we sat down and ended up talking for a few more hours, so just about everything.
Did he end up commenting on what you should do regarding your current relationship?
Yes.
Did he advise you that you shouldn't settle for what you were dealing with?
Objection, yes, ma'am.
Overruled. Can you answer yes or no?
Yes,
While you were out on this bench, was this outside or inside?
indoors,
And you said the two of you sat and spoke for a couple hours.
yes.
Did you talk about religion or faith during that period of time?
Yes, the topic did turn to religion.
Did he share with you his membership in the Mormon church?
Yes, I know that he was Mormon at that point. Michelle said it as if to warn me, like it should be a warning. I didn't know what that meant because I wasn't familiar with the Mormon church. I didn't know, I just assumed it was another Christian denomination, like any other. And I didn't really, I mean, I heard about Mormonism over the years. Mormonism is the butt of a lot of jokes on South Park, and some people just seem very antagonistic toward Mormons. I didn't understand why.
You have a scope of question.
Sustained.
Did you have concerns about being around Mr. Alexander because of his membership or practice of the Mormon faith?
No, not at all. Someone's religion wouldn't affect that at all.
Did he express a desire for you to learn more about his faith?
No, he implied it, but he didn't openly start proselytizing or anything.
Okay. During this conversation at the bench in the MGM, did he ever attempt to kiss you?
Not there on the bench, no.
But he did that night?
He leaned in very close as if he wanted to kiss me, and he was licking his lips and he was staring at my lips and like he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't.
And where did this occur?
On the elevator.
How close to you did he get?
Well, we got onto the elevator and
Objection, you have a scope. She was asking how close did you get?
Sustained.
How close did he get to you?
he got right in my face. I would say 4 inches, maybe 5.
Okay. And this wasn't forced based on the size of the elevator, right?
No, the elevator was empty.
Okay.
At one point, there was someone else that stepped on, but
Large elevator,
yes.
and he got within 4 inches of your face.
Objection, is the answer.
Overruled.
Yes, he put his,
Objection, you have a scope.
Sustained.
Once he got within 4 inches of your face, with his face, was that right?
yes.
What did he do?
He licked his lips and said, I wish you didn't have a boyfriend.
Objection, yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Did you kiss him?
No,
Did he make contact with you? Physical contact?
yes.
How?
He put his arm around me when he walked me back to my hotel room.
When he walked you back to your hotel room,
Yes.
did he attempt to kiss you again?
No, it seemed very obvious to me.
Objection, that he attempted to kiss her first time, she said he did not.
No, actually, that's not what you said.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
He made it very obvious that he wanted to kiss me, but he was restraining himself. It was very obvious restraint.
And did he attempt to invite himself into your hotel room?
No,
And did you still have roommates per se for the hotel room?
yes, Michelle and Lenore, and I believe her mom were inside sleeping at that hour.
And this would have been late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, right?
Yes,
Okay. Is this the last you see of Mr. Alexander when you're in Las Vegas?
no.
After that evening, when was the next time you saw him?
Sunday morning, they had what's called a breakout, and it was in a small theater near the MGM Grand, within walking distance. So that team, I think it was Team Renew, maybe a few other people not on that team weren't present. I saw him there. I didn't sit next to him. And then that,
Objection, you have a scope. She was asking what she saw.
Sustained.
Where was he when you saw him?
he was at the theater, and I was at the theater. And then he invited me to,
Objection, you have a scope.
What did he invite you to do?
He invited me to go to, it was a buffet of some kind back at the MGM, where he and a few other people were having breakfast.
Okay.
Or
Did
lunch.
you accept his invitation to have breakfast?
Yes,
And you said this was Mr. Alexander and other individuals, right?
yes.
Okay. Were these people you knew previous to this point in time, or were these more individuals you were meeting?
I believe I'd met them over the weekend. They were people on my team and in my upline.
Okay. Were there arrangements made for you two to have contact with each other again? How did you leave things with Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, he indicated he would call me. I didn't really expect him to call me, but that's kind of where we left it. We hugged.
Did he attempt to kiss you before he got in the taxi?
No,
When did you leave the convention?
Michelle and Lenore and I checked out a few hours. We got lunch at the Rainforest Cafe again, and then we checked out after that.
Okay. And I presume you drove back to California?
Yes,
After you arrived back in California, you were still living in the home with Daryl, right?
yes.
Was it back to work, or what did you do when you got back?
I did have to work. Just back in the same routine, except Travis began to call me.
At this point in time, when you came back to California, to Palm Desert specifically, did you still consider Daryl Brewer to be your boyfriend?
Yes,
Were you still sexually active with Mr. Brewer after you came back from the convention?
no.
Why not?
I don't recall specifically why. Oh, well, because we broke up, I guess that would be why. But we didn't have sex after the convention. I remember that was, prior to that was the last time that we did.
Okay. Prior to the convention?
Yes.
And you talk about breaking up with Mr. Brewer. When did you do that?
Well, I got back from convention on Sunday, and I broke up with Daryl on Thursday of that week.
Why did you break up with Daryl after you came back from the convention?
The relationship was already, like I mentioned, was kind of fizzling. I loved him very much, but it wasn't going anywhere. At least we had different visions for our futures. Because it had been like that from day one, it took me 4.5 years to really just let it go because I really loved him. Also, on Wednesday night, I was invited to go out to some of Travis's friend's house. And I knew Travis would be there, and I didn't want to, I'm kind of like, I'm one guy at a time kind of person, so I didn't want to have anything overlapping, and I knew there was an interest with Travis, and I was beginning to sort of develop just the seeds of interest with Travis, and I didn't want to be in a relationship when I went there, because I didn't want there to be anything hindering. I didn't want to feel guilty for flirting or sitting next to him or doing any of that. I wanted to be out of a relationship so that I could not cheat on anybody, if that makes sense.
Would it be correct to say that then, from what you're telling us, Mr. Alexander motivated you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
The things he said made a big impression on me. It wasn't just about relationships, it was about my whole life, my career, and the direction of my life. So it made me step back and take a look at where I stood and where I was going. So that was part of the reason.
You mentioned something that I think is interesting. You said you came back with a different vision of the future. You came back from the convention with a different vision of the future than when you left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us, if you could, what was your vision of the future before you went to this convention in September 2006?
It was kind of nebulous. It wasn't very clear. I just knew that I wanted to, basic things. I knew I wanted to have kids someday. I knew I wanted to be married someday. I knew I didn't want to struggle paycheck to paycheck. I didn't see myself living a life of excess, but definitely being able to pay the bills and provide for a family somewhat, or just at least be a joint contributor to the household. I saw myself getting more into photography, and hopefully I still had hopes of being successful in real estate eventually.
And when you come back from convention, what's your vision of the future?
I still had those desires, but leaving convention, I can't really describe it. It was painful actually, because I knew that there was a lot of change on my horizon at that point. I couldn't continue with the same life that I'd been living, because it's kind of like my eyes were opened to a lot of things that I had been ignoring. And I didn't, the idea of change was uncomfortable. I really loved Daryl, but I couldn't continue with him.
That sounds more about things on a personal level. But what about your vision for your future on a professional level? Were you believing, leaving this convention, that prepaid legal was going to make you rich?
The idea of selling the membership was uncomfortable to me. I believe in the product, and but just hitting up my friends and family seemed awkward. So I had that desire, but I couldn't quite see myself going out and doing it, at least yet. So
Okay.
Michelle invited me to an event a week later, and it kind of reiterated some of the things I'd seen at convention, and I continued to go to these events. From then on, I became more active as far as plugging into those events and how to sell the membership and how to have success, and just the general vision of it became more crystallized in my mind.
Was there a general point in time then when you decided that to, for lack of a better phrase, go all in prepaid legal in terms of your future?
I had periods in the company where I was very productive, and the money I made was surprising. I didn't realize the compensation plan was as generous as it was, and I liked that. But I found it difficult to maintain that level of production every month.
Were you still working other jobs?
Yes.
Did you eventually get to a point where prepaid legal was your only job?
No.
How much did you make in a year with prepaid legal, and you'd say your most productive year?
I really didn't make anything for several months at a time, and then one month I made approximately $1,700, and the next month I made, I want to say, a little over 1,000. So those 2 months were really good.
How much time a week were you spending investing in your prepaid legal business?
Not nearly as much as I should have been. They have goals in the company, things that they like you to commit to, such as talking to other people about a minimum number of people per day or per week. And I don't remember them now because it's been so long, but just different. They're called 10 core commitments. At least that's what they were called then. And they tell you that if you just do these things systematically, then success follows.
How many hours a week were you working at the restaurant?
At that time, I was still full-time at Cousteau, but eventually I quit that job. And then I only had one job.
You broke up with, I want to go back to this conversation you had with Daryl. Did you guys sit down and the two of you talk about the relationship?
Yes, I guess I wasn't as specific as I thought I'd been. It sounded like he didn't have he didn't get that impression, but we sat down. I actually had a conversation with him. We sat at our kitchen table, and I just told him, in essence, I told him, I know we're not getting married, but I'd like to have kids someday. And he said, okay. And I said, well, I think maybe we should, I might want to start pursuing that goal. And I know that you don't want to pursue that goal with me, and that's okay. I know he was moving back to Monterey. I said, I know you're moving back soon. So I kind of just left it at that. I don't think it was very specific, but he was nodding his head like he understood what I was saying. So I was under the impression that he understood that we were no longer together at that point. I mean, not in a committed relationship where we are boyfriend-girlfriend.
And you mentioned doing this prior to being invited to spend a weekend in California with Mr. Alexander, right?
I actually did it right after I was invited, but prior to going.
Okay. Prior to you going to California, or prior to this breakup, had you had any other interaction with any officials from the Mormon Church in your home?
Not at that point.
So tell us about this. When was it? When was this trip to California or somewhere else in California to take place?
This would have been the weekend after convention.
And where was it? How many hours from you was it?
I don't remember the drive, not far. It was in Murrieta, California, either Murrieta or Temecula. I think Murrieta. And I'd say an hour and 15 minutes maybe
Okay.
on the drive.
And whose home were you going to?
I was going to Travis's friends, and their names are Chris and Sky.
Is that Chris and Sky Hughes where the dress came from?
Yes,
As it relates to, at this point in time, did you have an understanding where Mr. Alexander lived?
yes, I knew he lived in Mesa.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable going to Murrieta to spend this, I guess it was a couple days, in this home of people you barely knew?
I had met the Hugheses at convention, and they seemed like very nice people, so I was a little uncomfortable, but not in a bad way, just shy. But I didn't feel unsafe or anything like that. I just, there was going to be a party there. I believe Mr. Hughes' brothers were moving to Colorado, so it was sort of a going away party, and Sky's brother also returned from his mission. So it was kind of and then all the pre-Bay legal associates were there, so it was kind of a party with multiple purposes. We were all just there gathering, it's like a social gathering.
Was it your understanding, you said a social gathering, were you there as one of the party guests per se, or were you there as Travis's date?
Just a party guest.
Did you spend a lot of time with Travis over those few days?
Not at first. I got there while the party was in progress and hung out for a while. Michelle was there, so I felt comfortable a little bit. And eventually she left. It had been discussed ahead of time that, and this was on a Saturday, this party, that I could stay the night. They had an extra bedroom, and they wanted me to attend church with them in the morning. So I agreed to that. And Travis actually wasn't there at the party. He was late, and he showed up after almost everyone had left.
Did you spend time what would have been Saturday evening before church? Did you spend time with Mr. Alexander on Saturday evening?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you, or were there other people involved?
At first, it was Travis and I. We were sitting on an oversized chair, and Chris and Sky, and one other guy named Jeff. I can't remember his last name at this point. We were all sitting in the living room watching a funny video that Travis had made or filmed.
At this point in time, had you kissed Mr. Alexander?
No.
When did you first kiss Mr. Alexander?
We all went to bed, and he came into the bedroom I was staying in. I assumed there was probably going to be some kissing or some kind of talking or hanging out. We had talked every night that entire week. So that's when we kissed.
I want to clarify too as well. You just said something. You said you talked to Mr. Alexander every night. What time period are you referring to?
The time from the Monday after convention till Friday night, because he showed up Saturday.
So he called you after convention every single night?
Yes.
He called and they talked.
Rephrase.
How did you and Mr. Alexander wind up communicating all these nights between convention and his invitation to you?
Well, I was at my home in Palm Desert, and he was at his home in Mesa, so he called.
Did he call you on your cell phone or home phone, or?
My
You
cell phone.
recall? Okay. And about what time of the day, if there was a consistent time of the day, was he calling you?
The first night he called around 8 o'clock. And then toward the end of the week, it began to get a little bit later, not inappropriate late, maybe just 9:30, a little closer to 10. He learned my schedule, and I usually worked in the afternoons, so it wasn't a big deal that he called that late.
What was he calling about?
We just talked mostly about, well, he told me a lot about himself and his dog, his religion, his mission, his friends. He had lots of funny stories he would share, and he wanted to know about me. He wanted to know about Daryl. He wanted to know just different things about my life.
These conversations you had with him over these days after the convention, is that part of what you meant by his words encouraging you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
Will you say that again? I'm sorry.
You talked about how some of the things that Travis said to you encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer.
Yes.
Right? These things that he said to you that encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer, were some of these things said during these phone calls he was making to you?
Yes, just encouraging me to never settle for mediocrity was really what it centered on, relationships, careers, anything. Also, when he found out Daryl's age, he was making fun of him.
What do you mean making fun of him?
Just that I was dating grandpa, things like that. You know, just little jokes. And I mean, I didn't really find it funny, but I didn't get overly offended or anything. I just said he's not like that. You know, I described him as handsome and, you know, like that.
Okay. What at this point in time was it about Mr. Alexander that encouraged you or helped maybe push you over the edge, so to speak, to break up with Daryl?
Like I said, some of the things he said helped me to gain a different perspective and step back and take a look at my life. And I realized things weren't going anywhere. If it probably weren't for Travis, I may have just continued on like that until Daryl moved, and who knows. But knowing that I wanted to hang out with Travis that weekend, and I didn't want to, I've always been faithful in my relationships, and I didn't want to change that now. So I decided to break things off with Daryl so that I was just free to hang out with Travis without, you know, feeling guilty that I was sitting next to him, or if it led to kissing or something like that. It wouldn't be something that I would feel bad about.
All right, you guys.
Record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. We are covering the Jodi Arias trial and crime against Travis Alexander. Most of us probably already know this crime that took place. Jodi received life in prison without parole. She's already exhausted all of her appeals, so we already know all of that. This crime was one of the most brutal crimes that I've ever even heard of. And it seems to come up a lot in just about every crime nowadays that we take a look at, especially like during the Idaho 4 murders. People were asking all the time, well, you know, not believing that Brian Koberger could have killed four college students, you know, in that amount of time. And Jodi Arias kept coming up. As little as she was, she weighed like 115 pounds. Travis was almost 200 pounds. And she stabbed him 27 to 29 times, slit his throat ear to ear, and shot him in the head, and moved his body by herself after he was dead back into the shower and left him there for 4 days before he was finally found. Sadly, you can view his pictures, crime scene pictures, on just typing into a Google search, and also his autopsy pictures. I don't want to really share too much of that here. So if you have that kind of morbid curiosity, I normally do. I'm just going to be honest about it. They're so easy to find. But this case comes up a lot in a lot of true crime cases where there are knives used and blood splatter and blood and things that have to do with that sort of crime. And so we are busy covering the Nancy Guthrie case, and of course this case came up in that one too. And somebody asked me if I would cover this case because they had never heard of it before, which is really odd, but this is also Arizona where this took place at. So I said I would. I was, you know, it happened in 2008. Now, she didn't get convicted. I think it was 2013 when it finally wrapped up. And there was a lady who was in here last night, and it was really interesting because she actually was incarcerated with Jodi at one time, just for a small amount of time. Jodi's in, you know, she's being protected. She's in protective custody. And this lady who was in here last night, she was in general population. And she said that whenever they would escort Jodi anywhere, like she would have an entourage around her, and the rest of them were all told, don't say a word to her, don't look at her, don't talk to her. You know, of course, she still got jeers, but you did get reprimanded if you were doing that because she is she's being protected. which I think is just complete bullshit. But, I'm not over the judicial system. So, has she been sentenced yet? Imagine, don't know a lot yet. Yes, she has been sentenced. This crime happened in 2008. It was all wrapped up by 2013. We're not going to watch the whole case. We're only watching Jodi's testimony. And the reason why I picked only Jodi's testimony is because she buries herself in this. They were seeking the death penalty in this case, as they should have. Sadly, the first one was deadlocked. So they had to do another, a whole nother, not the whole trial, but a whole nother sentencing phase or whatever. And the judge had to finally, because they were still deadlocked, the judge had to finally just give her life without parole, which I just think is, listen, if you get life, if you're guilty, you're guilty. If you get life, you're guilty. Listen, I'm a total bitch when it comes to stuff like that. If they've got life, put them in general population. I'm sorry, I have no compassion whatsoever for people like this. I just don't. I will never understand protecting these type of people. I don't. She's never getting out of prison. So why are we feeding her? If we could not give her the justice that she deserved, let those on the inside do it. I'm a big proponent of that. And if that makes me even bigger of a bitch than what I really am, then so be it. I don't care. This woman is evil, the epitome of evil. It's bad enough that she stabbed him as many times as she did, slit his throat, and then shot him in the head. That's bad enough what she did to this man's body. But to use child SA in her testimony as for one of the reasons why she did what she did, and to use that she was a victim of his domestic violence, is bullshit. I mean, not only did she kill his body, his being on this earth, but she killed his integrity, his name. She tried to kill all of that with her testimony. This is the lowest of the low, the lowest of the low. So yeah, I got nothing for her. I wish she would have to go clean a kitchen or a bathroom, and a guard would turn their head for 15 minutes, because that's all it would take. The lady who was in here last night that was talking to us about her being incarcerated with her, she said that she knows of, as long as she was in there, everybody hated Jodi, and rightly so, I think. Hi, Awaken. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Wanted to let you know I'm headed to Baton Rouge in the morning because the trial is starting in the man that took my daughter from us too long. It's finally starting. Oh my gosh. Awakened. It's been a long time coming for you, and I'm so glad that you're at this point in all of this. I'm so glad, and I'm going to be praying for you every day that you find justice for your daughter's murderer. It's just God bless you, and God bless. And when I say justice for your daughter's murderer, what I mean by that is that justice somehow finds him, and worse gets done to him than how he took your daughter from you. But big hugs to you, girlfriend. I will be praying for you. Please let me know how you are. Please let me know how things are going, and I wish you all the best. Big hugs, big hugs. I'm so glad this day is finally happening for you, man. All right, guys, we are going to pull up the third part of this. Like I said, we're only watching Jodi Arias's testimony. I think that's all we need to watch to really understand this, because she buries herself pretty much. And so we're going to watch the third part of her testimony. I'm going to let you guys know right now, Juan Martinez is the prosecutor on this case. Now, I know he got in some trouble here maybe 2 years back or a year back or whatever. That's neither here nor there. That's none of my business. But what I do know is that he roasted her. He took no shit. He roasted her, and he was a great prosecutor. And that's what I have to say about that. Much appreciated. I'm a nervous wreck, but ready to face him. And hopefully we'll see justice. I will never get Christina back. The only good thing that can come from this is a story to be known. Big fight. Oh, honey. All right. I love you. Get you some rest. Stay in touch. Let me know how things are going, okay? I'll be praying for you. All right, guys, we're gonna pull up the third part of her this dumb bitch's trial. Hopefully I have it right. Let's see.
Miss Arias, before the break, we were talking about this weekend you were spending with Travis and his friends, Chris and Scott Hughes. And specifically, you were talking about the first time you kissed Mr. Alexander. And that was, to my understanding, that was in the room that you were in at the Hughes home. Is that right?
Yes, the bedroom that I was assigned.
Okay. Tell us, you mentioned him coming over, but just kind of describe for us, him coming to your room, just kind of describe for us what happened. Did he knock on the door? Did he walk in? Just kind of walk us through that.
Before going to bed, he said, I'll come in there in a little bit after they shut their door and go into their bedroom and go to sleep. I guess, I don't know. Well, he wanted to wait until they were in their bedroom. So I left the door cracked because I figured we were just gonna.
All right, Ms. Arias, some of the jurors are having difficulty hearing you.
Oh, sorry. I'll try to speak up. He came into my room at that point, and we started kissing. We sat down on the bed and started kissing. And
Was there conversation first, or did he just come in and start kissing you?
there was no conversation. I thought there was going to be, but there was no conversation.
Sustained.
Did you anticipate that his sole purpose of coming in the room was to kiss you?
Not his sole purpose, but I had a pretty good idea that it might lead to that.
The word kiss or kissing could be taken a whole bunch of different ways, could relate to a simple peck on the cheek to something much more intimate. Could you describe for us the way that he was kissing you?
Yeah, it was more passionate. It wasn't just regular kissing. It was passionate, like French kissing.
Okay. Was he touching you?
Yeah, we were, I don't really recall the specifics, but we were getting intimate. We were making out, basically.
And what do you mean by intimate? That could also mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So describe for us what you mean by you're getting intimate.
Well, at that point, we were laying on the bed. We were side by side, facing each other, kissing. That's what I mean by intimate at that point.
Was he touching any particular parts of your body, or were you just kissing?
I don't really recall that at first. It began to lead to more.
And what do you mean by more?
Well, I don't really recall how it happened, but he began to remove my clothes.
And do you recall what you were wearing when he began to remove your clothes?
I was in pajamas of some kind, I think sweats and a t-shirt.
Okay. And this,
You guys, I don't normally give out trigger warnings because we're all adults here and I'm an adult only channel. But from here on out, it's going to be very graphic. They're going to talk about their sex life. And I'm just mortified that her mother sits right there and listens to the whole damn thing, because if this was my kid, my kid would have never made it to this point. I'd have done taking care of this for him. But her mother sits right there, listens to, and it is salacious. Can we just say that? What all she talks about is salacious. Her mother sat and her aunt sat right there in that courtroom and listened to every bit of it. I could not believe it. And it made me think, what the hell? Like, could Jodi have been telling the truth about how she was raised? I mean, because I just don't see Jodi telling the truth about her own name, much less anything else. But I can imagine a mother wanting to hear all this part of it. Right after this, she's going to they're going to talk about their dating life and all of their sex life and this and their church life and all the details. And then tomorrow night, we will be back and we will go into the part where they talk about the murder. So I don't give trigger warnings, but I just kind of wanted to put it out there about that. So I guess that's kind of a trigger warning, but don't say I didn't tell you so. Okay, I did. All right, let's keep going. Let's finish this up.
him taking off your clothes, was that something you were expecting to take place?
No, I thought we were going to kiss and maybe heavily, but that would be the extent of it since this was the first time we were kissing.
When he began to remove your clothing, was that then surprising to you?
It was, well, yeah, it was a little surprising, but it was more, I felt apprehensive, but I was going with it.
What do you mean you felt apprehensive?
Well, I wasn't expecting that, so I didn't want to tell him no, so I just kept going with it.
Why didn't you want to tell him no?
I didn't want to do anything that would maybe displease him, not because I feared like he would get angry or anything, but I didn't want him to feel rejected, and I didn't want him to get his feelings hurt, or I didn't want to spoil the mood, sort of like that. We were getting along, we had some kind of chemistry. I just didn't want to like snuff it out right then by saying stop, I guess. That was my thought.
Why would rejecting him at that point in time be such a big deal to you?
At that point in time, I was not really accustomed to saying no. I have a lot more backbone now than I used to. It was hard for me to tell somebody no. So even though it was uncomfortable, I just kept going with it.
So the discomfort you were feeling in having your clothes removed was less burdensome to you than the discomfort you would feel saying no. Is that what we're hearing?
Overruled.
I can't really say one way or another because I wouldn't know because I couldn't make the comparison, but at the time it felt more uncomfortable to push him off of me or something. I mean, he wasn't aggressive, but he was definitely doing the initiating at that point, and I just kept going for it.
Did he, on this occasion, wind up removing your clothes?
Yes.
All your clothes?
Yes.
At this point in time, was Mr. Alexander dressed?
Yes.
Did that change?
Not really. I think he kept his garments on that he was wearing.
And you say garments, what are you referring to?
Garments they're called temple garments, and it's like a t-shirt and underwear, sort of kind of like briefs. They're sort of an off-white color.
Is that what he came in wearing, or just those, or was he wearing other things?
No, he had his temple garments on under, I think, sweats. I don't remember if he had just the shirt, but I think he was wearing pajamas over those.
And whatever else he was wearing over his garments, did he take those items off, or did you?
I don't recall. I know I didn't.
Okay.
It might have been a joint effort, but I didn't solely remove them or anything like that. I don't really remember.
So after you are undressed and Mr. Alexander is in his undergarments, what happened?
This is embarrassing.
Go to check, just ask what happened. Not pertaining.
Sustained.
Is it embarrassing for you to talk about this?
Objection,
Overruled.
Yes.
I understand how it might be, but it's important to share this with us. So if you could, please tell us what happened next.
He began to perform oral sex on me.
And was this comfortable? You mentioned earlier that you had a certain level of discomfort with this act, the being naked. Were you uncomfortable while this oral sex was going on?
I was uncomfortable. It was dark. I mean, the lights were off, so like that might have made it a little bit more, a little more tolerable. But it was, I don't know. I mean, he knew what he was doing for sure, but it was just, it felt like too much too soon. And I mean, I couldn't exactly rewind at that point, you know?
Why not? Did you voice your displeasure with the events?
No, I can't say there was displeasure, but it was uncomfortable. Does that make
Okay,
sense?
well, let me rephrase my question then. Did you voice your discomfort to him?
No, I didn't want to give him that
objection,
impression.
Why not?
Sustained.
Why not, Ms. Arias?
Why not? What? I'm sorry.
Why didn't you voice your discomfort?
I didn't want him to have that impression. I wanted to at least appear like I was enjoying it as much as he seemed to be.
So you were attempting to give him the impression that you were enjoying things.
Yes.
And why were you interested in doing that?
I guess it would have seemed to me to be unattractive for me to say anything different or anything negative about the experience.
Okay. What happened after he performed oral sex upon you?
He asked for reciprocation.
And how did that request make you feel?
At that point, if I had taken it that far, I was kind of glad he was done, and I was just willing to reciprocate at that point.
And so we're clear when you say reciprocate, does that mean perform oral sex upon him?
Yes.
And did he remove his garments at that time, or how did that occur?
I don't know if the garments at the bottom came all the way off or just pushed down. The shirt remained on, and
And yeah, what?
I don't remember what happened with the bottom. I think they obviously came down some. I don't know if they came all the way off or not. I can't remember.
Did you perform oral sex upon him at that time?
Yes.
Did he ejaculate?
Yes.
Where?
In my mouth.
What happened after he ejaculated?
I think we fell asleep. I don't recall getting dressed again. I don't even recall getting with blankets, but when I woke up, we were both covered with blankets.
Okay. You were both in the same bedroom on your bed?
Yes.
And were you dressed?
When I woke up, not initially, but I put my pajamas back on.
What happened next?
I don't remember what time I woke up, but it was before everyone else did. I remember falling asleep. I think he might have woken up because I woke up and he got dressed and left the room.
And from what you told us earlier, this incident occurred Saturday night, and the next morning would have been Sunday morning, the day you were to go to church. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened from that point in time on?
Do you mean that morning?
Yes. When you were telling us how he eventually got dressed and left your bedroom. What happened from that point?
Basically, the rest of the household began to wake up. I hadn't been to church since I was about 11, so I didn't really have church clothes. I bought 2 dresses before heading out there. I asked Sky which one would be more appropriate. So then I put on an outfit, and the rest of the household was getting ready for church. And then we took separate cars. I took my car. I think Travis rode with me on that one over, and I can't remember who else rode with me. Maybe it was Jeff. And the Hugheses took their own vehicle.
And what was the service like? Was there a particular subject matter of the service that day?
I don't recall exactly what was said, but I do remember that one of the speakers was Sky's brother, Zion, who had just gotten back from his mission. So he was giving a talk related to maybe something related. I don't remember the topic.
Something related to what?
It would have been related to his topic, but because when you speak in church, you're given a topic to talk about, and I don't recall what the subject matter was, but he was speaking from the podium.
Prior to going to church, did you and Mr. Alexander speak about this incident the night before?
No.
Did you speak about the incident that day after church?
No.
What happened after the church services?
We had the church service, and I rode back. Well, I drove back in my car. Travis rode shotgun. Jeff was behind me, and Sky was behind Travis. We were driving back, and she found in the back of my seat, she found a portfolio of my photography, and she was flipping through it. And there was a photograph of Daryl in that photo that I had taken a headshot of him kind of growling at the camera. He looked gruff, and he was unshaven, and it was in black and white. It looked really cool, and she showed it to to Travis. So that was the first time Travis saw Daryl. So that was, I don't know, I kind of lost track of the question, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you, before you left, I assume from what you're telling us before that you left the Hughes' home on Sunday, that Sunday, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Before leaving, and by leaving the Hughes' home, you're going to return to Palm Desert, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever alone with Mr. Alexander prior to you leaving the home? From the time you went to church to the time you left the home, were the two of you ever alone together?
Not that I recall. Everyone was home.
So you didn't have a chance to speak about this incident with him then, is that correct?
I may have had an opportunity if I'd wanted to pull him aside, but it was not discussed.
After you, well, when you left the home, how did you and Travis part ways? Were you expecting to call each other, or what was the?
He walked me out to my car and kissed me, and I got in the car and drove off.
Okay. Back to Palm Desert.
Yeah, I stopped and got gas, and I think I went to Starbucks, and then I went back to
Okay.
Palm Desert.
All right. When did you next hear from Mr. Alexander?
I would say it would either have been that night or Monday night.
And how did you, what was the means that you conducted or contacted Mr. Alexander? Did he call you? Was it in person?
We were calling each other back and forth at that point, so I don't remember who called who. But it was over the phone.
Okay. When you spoke, was there conversation related to this incident that evening?
There may have been some reference to it, but we mostly talked about church, and he wanted to know how I liked it.
Okay. At this point in time, when you returned from Palm Desert, you've been to church. Have any religious officials from the Mormon Church contacted you at this point in time?
No, not yet.
When did that occur?
Well, Travis gave me a Book of Mormon on Wednesday, and I think around that same time he contacted the church, and I don't know how it works, but he gave them my information so that some missionaries in that area could come to my house.
You mentioned Travis gave you a Book of Mormon on Wednesday. Was this the Wednesday following the Sunday that you left the Hugheses?
Yes.
And where did you see Mr. Alexander on Wednesday?
He was leaving Riverside and driving back to Mesa. And Palm Desert is on that stretch. That's on the I-10. And he called me on the way and wanted to meet with me so that he could give me a copy of the Book of Mormon. And I agreed to meet with him. I didn't really know where we could meet though, because Daryl was home and I didn't want to bring some guy over.
So where did you wind up meeting Mr.
We
Alexander?
ended up meeting at a Starbucks, which was near my house.
And is this where he gave you the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation at this Starbucks?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of this conversation?
He didn't give me the Book of Mormon right away. He had Napoleon with him, which was his dog. He's a black pug on a leash. And I don't remember where Napoleon was, but we went inside the store to get drinks.
That's another response. She was asked what was the subject.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Okay. You're in the Starbucks. He has his dog with him. What is the subject matter of the conversation inside the Starbucks?
The word of wisdom, but we were sitting outside in the
Okay.
shade. It was a little hot, but it was still somewhat, it was cooler in the shade.
Okay. So you were at the Starbucks, just sitting outside. You were talking about the word of wisdom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And for those of us who are not familiar, what is to your understanding at that point in time, what is the word of wisdom?
The word of wisdom is LDS doctrine that states it prohibits the consumption of coffee, tea, alcohol, tobacco, and illegal drugs.
Do those same words relate to the vow of chastity, or is that something completely different?
The law of chastity is different from the word of wisdom.
Okay.
There are two separate commandments.
After the two of you are at Starbucks, outside, what happens next?
Well, we discussed the word of wisdom a little more because he was drinking chai iced tea, but he said that doesn't count. And I asked him why, and he explained his reasons. I was drinking a latte, an iced latte. And so as our conversation progressed, it sort of moved into a more, I don't know how to explain it, but basically he expressed that he was horny, is what he said.
Okay. And once he made this expression, did you remain at the Starbucks or did you go elsewhere?
Well, he said, I wish there was somewhere we could go, and I said, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
We both were trying to figure out a place where we could go. So I don't know why, but I was wanting to go with him also to find some place. So we went in our respective cars. We drove to a park near Starbucks. It was between my house and Starbucks, and it was the middle of a school day, so nobody was there. There was a parking lot there, and we pulled up into the parking lot, and he left Napoleon in the car with the air conditioner on and the windows rolled up, and he came into my car and sat in the passenger seat.
And after he sat in the passenger seat, you mentioned that he expressed that he was, to use your words, horny, right?
Yes.
What was the point of him getting in your car at the park, to your understanding?
I didn't know at first. I mean, my car was very,
Objection, not responsible. She has the point.
I did not know the point of that.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't know what he was expecting.
Ms. Arias, wait for the question.
I apologize.
When he got in the car, did he voice or convey an interest in engaging in some sort of sexual activity with you in the car?
Yes.
What sort of activity, to your understanding, was he interested in?
Oral sex.
And so we're clear, was that oral sex that you were to be performing on him or him performing on you?
He wanted to receive it.
Did you comply?
Yes.
Why?
I felt an attraction to him, and the feeling was mutual, and I just wanted to, I don't know, I wanted to do what he wanted to do.
You wanted to do what he wanted to do.
Yes.
Objection, meeting.
Why?
I liked him.
in between the first incident and the home of Chris and Sky Hughes, where oral sex took place, and the time that you were in the park, you had conversed with Mr. Alexander a few times, correct?
Yes.
During those conversations, did you ever voice your discomfort about what happened that Saturday night in the Hughes home?
No, I didn't.
Did oral sex take place in your car?
Yes.
Did he ejaculate?
Yes.
Where?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay. After he ejaculated, what happened from that point on?
He fixed the visor mirror and pulled his pants back up.
What do you mean he fixed the visor mirror?
He had it flipped. Well, when I started, he flipped the visor down and angled the mirror, I guess, to get
When you started what?
oral sex.
Okay. What happened then when, after he fixed the mirror, did you guys hang out for a longer, go to the park? What did you do?
No, I guess I was under the impression that we were,
Objection, not responsive. What did you do?
Sustained.
What did you do? What happened?
we parted ways.
What's that?
We parted ways.
Immediately? Within minutes?
Yes.
How did you feel after that encounter?
I don't recall feeling really bad, maybe just a little deflated. He refused to kiss me afterward because he said it was gross. Maybe that's because I was just performing oral sex, but that's what he said. And so he kissed me on the cheek and left.
And I know this might be hard for you. I kind of want you to address my question. How did you feel afterwards?
Ask and answer improper question as to how counsel could possibly know how she feels.
Approach, please.
After Mr. Alexander departed, how did you feel about the fact that you had just performed oral sex upon him?
I felt a little disappointed with myself, but it's hard to describe. Like, I was attracted to him, he was attracted to me. He obviously derived a lot of pleasure from that, so that I took as a good sign. But again, I was just thinking it was a little bit too much too soon. I've been intimate before, but not that quickly.
So you were disappointed in yourself being that intimate that early on in your relationship?
Yeah, it wasn't so much the intimacy, but the rapidness, the timing, I guess you could say. And I'd been with Daryl 4.5 years, so he was the only person I'd known for that time. So this was somewhat foreign, but just, but it was, but it wasn't, if that makes sense.
Okay. To clarify too, at this point in time, this encounter in the park, were you in love with Mr. Alexander?
No.
After he departed, what did you do?
I drove home and got ready for work. He left me a voicemail
Okay. On your cell phone or on a home
Yes.
phone?
on my cell phone.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of that voicemail?
He was expressing his thoughts.
Objection, you're saying, what was the subject matter?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. The incident, I guess, would be the subject matter.
Question before.
When you're talking about the subject matter was the oral sex that just took place?
Objection, meeting.
Yes or no?
Yes, I guess.
And if you can characterize it, was he expressing happiness, gratitude about the event?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
How would you characterize it?
I'm not sure how.
How would you characterize it?
I would say that he was, I'm trying to think how to characterize it without saying what he said.
Well, let me ask you this. Did he voice displeasure with what took place?
He voiced displeasure with himself.
Okay. Was that related to the fact that this incident took place, or how he treated you?
Both.
Okay. You received this voicemail before you went to work that day, right?
I think I received it while I was working.
Okay. Do you recall, were you working an evening shift, or do you recall what hours you were working?
I was working afternoon, evening.
And at this point in time, you were living a home in the Palm Desert home by yourself. Is that right?
Daryl was still there. We were in separate bedrooms at all times at that point.
Okay. Were you and Daryl at a place where you were friends, friendly, or was it a caustic environment?
It was not caustic. It was friendly, just no longer intimate.
Okay. Did you wind up speaking, when was the next time after this incident in the car that you wound up speaking to Mr. Alexander?
It would have either been that night or the following night.
You mentioned a voicemail where he was somewhat, I guess, apologetic for how he treated you and what took place. Did you ever?
Objection, meeting is in fact not evidence. Question, is that what you said?
She just testified that that's exactly what he's expressed.
Finish your question.
Were you given the opportunity to, or I should say this way, did you ever take advantage of the opportunity to express your displeasure or discomfort with what had been taking place sexually in your relationship?
Yes, somewhat.
What do you mean by somewhat?
I sent him a response in response to his voicemail.
Okay.
I sent him an email.
Okay. After this encounter in the car, are you still speaking with Mr. Alexander? How frequently are you speaking to Mr. Alexander?
Almost every night.
And are these quick conversations or these extensive conversations?
These are long conversations, hours.
Are some of these, are these conversations, I understand that each one's probably somewhat unique, but were they spiritual in nature?
Yes, they were spiritual.
Were they sexual in nature?
Yes. Flirty, I'd say.
Okay. Flirty?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the next time, and Mr. Alexander, to your understanding, was still living in Mesa, right?
Yes.
When was the next point in time that you saw Mr. Alexander?
It would have been in October
October of
2006.
2006. Okay. And when did this meeting take place?
I don't remember the exact date. There are photos
Okay.
with the dates,
Well,
but
let me ask you this. Where did this meeting take place?
we met up in Ehrenberg. I think it's in California, technically.
Okay.
It's right on the border.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's right on the border
Of,
of California and Arizona.
okay. And how much later was this meeting? Was this weeks later, days later, when you met in Ehrenberg from the incident in the park in your car?
I would say it was about a month later.
Okay. So you didn't physically see him for about a month, but you spoke every day on the phone?
Yes,
nearly every-
almost every day.
Okay. And as a result of those conversations, well, let me ask you this, because we talked about some Mormon officials coming to your home. Did that begin after this incident of oral sex in the park?
Yes,
But was that also before you went to Ehrenberg?
yes.
Okay. What were these, I say Mormon officials, but are these what we would call missionaries?
Yes.
How often would these missionaries come to your home?
I think they came on average 2 times a week.
And what went on when they came to your home?
The first time they came, I think they had made an appointment. They invited me to church every week. They have a system in the Mormon church when you're introducing somebody to the church for the first time. They're called discussions, and there's a discussion you take first, and then second, third, and on, which sort of introduces you to the church, how it was founded, truths that they believe in.
Okay. Let me ask you, as part of this, these meetings and this process, these meetings you were having with the missionaries, and I brought up earlier the vow of chastity. Did they speak to you about that?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. When did you learn of the vow of chastity, to your recollection?
I think actually prior to my baptism, those things were briefly explained to me. They're young men, so they didn't really get into detail.
Okay. So from your perspective, since you've been there, describe for us Ehrenberg. Is this a big town? Was there a particular reason why you were going there? What was the point of meeting in Ehrenberg?
Yes, the point was so we could spend time together, and it was a halfway point, so he didn't have to drive all the way to California because he hadn't planned to come out to California until the following month. And I'd never been to Arizona, so I wasn't even thinking of going to Arizona, but Ehrenberg was about halfway.
Okay. And what was the plan? What were you, from your impression, what were you going to do in Ehrenberg?
We were going to hang out, and we'd talked extensively over the month, so I thought there would be more conversation, probably some intimacy that was hinted at heavily, so that was expected.
What do you mean the intimacy was heavily hinted at? Without telling me what he said, did he express a desire to be intimate with you again?
Yes.
I'm a little confused because it seemed like you had talked to us before about, after this incident in the park, how Mr. Alexander had expressed some misgivings about what happened. Did he express those misgivings before meeting you in Ehrenberg?
No, after that,
Objection.
those,
Yes. Question.
She hasn't even got a word out of her mouth.
Said no.
Ask another question.
You were going to Ehrenberg with the idea that, at least partially, that some intimate encounters might take place.
yes,
And Mr. Alexander never expressed any misgivings about those encounters occurring.
no,
Right.
that was kind of the purpose of the trip.
Okay. And by intimate encounters, what, to your understanding, were you expecting, at least from the sexually speaking?
Maybe more of the same as before, but nothing further than that. And that's kind of pretty far, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, so at this point in time, based on what you told us, it's our understanding that you had not had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander. Is
No.
that correct? Okay. And it would also be our understanding that you had not had anal sexual intercourse with Mr. Alexander. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us about Ehrenberg. Did you share one hotel room, or did you each have your own room?
We had one motel room.
Okay. And when did you arrive in Ehrenberg?
I got there later than him because I had to work, and so I arrived late at night. And
Okay. Was this Friday night? Was this Saturday night?
I think it was either Thursday or Friday night. I don't remember my exact schedule, but
Well, let me ask you this. How many nights were you to spend in Ehrenberg?
2.
Tell us what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, he when I arrived, he came to the door and let me in, and then brought me over to bed, and we just started kissing.
Okay. I assume then that he was already in the room.
Yes, he got the room.
Okay. You said you started kissing. Was there conversation first, or did it immediately lead to kissing?
No, we had some conversation over the phone on the way there.
Okay.
So when I arrived, it was physical right away.
Okay. And we talked earlier, I mentioned earlier how kissing could mean different things. Could be the friendly to the passionate. What sort of kissing was this?
Passionate.
Was he attempting to remove your clothing?
Yes, we both were taking off our clothes, I think.
Okay. At this point in time, was this level of intimacy something that you felt comfortable with?
At this point, I was a little more comfortable with it because we had been talking for a long time, and I felt like I knew him better. And also, I don't think I was as nervous because it wasn't the first time that we were like that.
Okay. In your mind, was this supposed to be a romantic weekend, if you will?
Yes,
Did it turn out to be that?
not too much romance. It wasn't everything I was expecting, but I didn't have high expectations. But we didn't connect really like we did on the phone.
Judge, do we want to?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
You may proceed with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we do so, we'd be moving to admit Exhibit 428, the recorded phone call between Ms. Arias and Mr. Alexander testified to regarding Mr. Newmeister and just that conversation.
Any objection?
Pursuant to the record, we've made no objection.
Exhibit 428 is admitted.
Good morning, Ms. Arias.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we spoke, when we ended yesterday, I guess, we were talking about the time you spent, we were just getting into, I guess, the time you spent with Mr. Alexander in Ehrenberg, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that a little bit, let me back up. Could you describe the town for Ehrenberg as it was back in October 2006 when you were there?
I don't recall its size, but it was very small. I think there was only 1 or 2 exits maybe. And it's in the middle of the desert. I think it's actually in California, but it's right on the border.
Apart from the midpoint that you described yesterday, being a midpoint between you and Mr. Alexander, was there any other particular reason or activity that you were going to go to Ehrenberg?
I was driving out there specifically to hang out with Travis.
But when you got there, there wasn't a particular lake or particular site, park, or whatever that you were going to go to?
No, not that I was aware of or that we had planned. It's not exactly a tourist destination.
Okay. Now, yesterday you began to tell us about arriving at the hotel room, and I believe your words were making out with Mr. Alexander, right? Yes. Okay. If you could just kind of describe for us, and this was within minutes of you arriving, to our understanding?
Yes, it happened pretty quickly.
Okay. Just begin again describing what happened during this makeout session as you describe it.
You mean like in detail?
Yes.
Well, he opened the door for me because he had the room key. And he took my hand and walked me over to the bed, sort of. He kind of pulled me, but walked me. And I went willingly, of course. We started kissing. It got a little more intense, a little more passionate. And then soon we were both nude on the bed. And there were certain things that he said that, well, like it's not, I don't know, we didn't have intercourse, so to speak. There was oral sex that weekend, but in that particular day, we did what I guess he called, at that time he called it grinding. So it's kind of like, you know, just being together, but not actually having intercourse. That's something that I guess a lot of Mormons do, but they're not supposed to. There are different terms for it. Like the Provo push, and that's a Mormon implication because it's in Utah. This is what I learned. So,
Objection, Marilyn would be able to spoke. She was asked what they did.
I'm sorry.
Okay, besides the grinding and the oral sex, you said you didn't have intercourse during this encounter, this first encounter.
Not vaginal intercourse or the.
Did you have anal intercourse?
No.
Just oral sex?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And this would have been when, to recount for us, was this Thursday evening?
Yesterday, I couldn't remember whether it was Thursday or Friday, but I remember it was Thursday because we spent 2 nights there and he had to leave on Saturday.
So you spent Thursday and Friday night together, he left on Saturday?
Yes, we both parted ways on Saturday.
Okay. So after this first encounter where there was oral sex, and were you giving or receiving the oral sex?
Both.
Okay. After this encounter, what happened? What did you do after this was over?
There wasn't really anything to do for a while. That night we stayed in the room. Eventually went to sleep. He just flipped on the TV and we watched, it might've been Friday night, but we watched some game shows, Deal or No Deal, different things. He was just flipping through the channels.
Did you engage in any more sexual activity on Thursday night?
Not after that.
The next day, you wake up. What do? Do you go out and do something, or what happens?
The next day, we were trying to find some way to spend the day. And the town of Blythe is near Ehrenberg, so we decided to drive to Blythe because there was a small movie theater there, and we watched a movie. We went to Sizzler, got something to eat.
Let me ask you this. Did you engage in any sexual behavior before you went to the movie?
I don't remember.
Did you engage in any sexual behavior after the movie?
Yes.
And what behavior did you engage in?
That was oral sex.
Was this again mutual?
Yes.
You mentioned previously that you saw this as somewhat of a romantic weekend with Travis. Was that what it was turning out to be?
No.
When you weren't engaged in sexual activity, how was he treating you?
He wasn't treating me bad. He just seemed checked out. The whole time we were checked in, he was just kind of distant. We connected. I thought we connected a lot over the phone, and it was different when we were together.
How?
Well, over the phone, we would talk for hours at a time about things, not just about sex, but other things, things of a spiritual nature, and just every subject that you could imagine, pleasant things. And we were discovering things that we had in common in ways we were different. And when we went to Ehrenberg, I was expecting the same kind of energy or connection, but it would just be in person. There wasn't much of a mental or emotional connection like there was on the phone. It was just primarily physical.
What's that?
Primarily physical.
And if you could do us a favor and speak up again, I know
Sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing you. So. At this point in time, were you and Mr. Alexander, would you consider yourselves to be in a relationship?
No, it wasn't anything defined. We were sort of seeing each other, but we were definitely not boyfriend, girlfriend.
How many sexual interactions did you have with Mr. Alexander over this time in Ehrenberg?
I would say 3. Total, if you just,
Okay. And these were all instances of oral sex?
No, like the first night it was the grinding and the next night was oral sex.
Okay. And what was the third encounter?
It was oral sex also. It was before we left.
Okay. Did he ever express a desire during this weekend to engage in anal sex with you.
Yes.
And did he, over the course of that weekend in Ehrenberg, express a desire to have vaginal sex with you?
No.
But it appears, based on what you told us, you declined his desire to have anal sex. Is that correct?
Yeah, he was, yeah, I did. Yes, I didn't. We did not have anal sex.
Okay. In expressing his desire for that, was that something he did repeatedly, or is that something that just came up one time?
It didn't just come up one time. He wasn't overly persistent about it, but it was somewhat repeatedly.
Okay. Apart from going to a movie and out to eat in Blythe, as you just described, what else, and the sexual encounters, what else did you do to pass the time?
Well, we made music CDs, or he made CDs on his computer with his music, some music that he liked that he was making for me. He shared more things from the Book of Mormon with me. What else did we do? Mostly it involved, we weren't in Blythe, he was watching television other than those other two activities.
Now, and at this point in time, October 2006, you have received several visits from the missionaries, right? From what you described
Yes.
it, is that? Okay.
Yes, by that time.
Had you had occasion to, whether it's through the missionaries, through Mr. Alexander, through church visits, through your own readings, had you ever learned about what we're calling the vow of chastity?
It was
At this point in
mentioned.
time?
It was mentioned to me, not in detail.
And in October of 2006, when you're not Blythe, but in Ehrenberg with Mr. Alexander, what was your understanding of that vow?
According to the missionaries, they sort of glossed over it, and they didn't really gloss over it, but,
She's asked what her understanding was.
okay, my understanding.
Hold on, wait, sorry, question.
What was your understanding, not telling us what somebody said to you, but what was your understanding of what the vow meant, what it prohibited?
No premarital sex.
And did you have an understanding of how that was defined within the law? I mean, did it mean no penile-vaginal intercourse? Did it mean no kissing? What did that mean to your understanding?
Well, it was explained to me by Travis.
Objection. What is her understanding, not who's telling
Name.
what?
What was your understanding?
My understanding was that it meant that vaginal sex was off limits and everything else was more or less okay.
And who gave you that understanding?
Travis did.
Now, you talked about departing, both you and Mr. Alexander leaving Saturday morning. Tell us about that.
Saturday morning, we got breakfast at the neighboring truck stop restaurant. Again, there wasn't much connection. There wasn't a lot of conversation. I'm sorry, I forgot the question.
Well, what I'm asking you is describe for us the Saturday morning when you left. You said you had breakfast. what happened? Who left first?
Oh, okay. After breakfast, we left at the same time. We checked out, and I took a picture of him. He was in a suit and tie. He had to go to a Super Saturday here in Phoenix. It was one of the regional events in prepaid legal. And he hit the road for from Phoenix, and I went back to Palm Desert.
And how far a drive is Palm Desert from Ehrenberg, as best you can recall?
I want to say 3 hours, maybe somewhere around that mark.
Tell us how you felt leaving Ehrenberg that Saturday morning and driving back.
Well, when we parted, there wasn't a lot of affection, so I kind of felt disappointed, not upset, just kind of bummed out a little bit. I don't know, kind of felt stupid.
Stupid how?
I was replaying the weekend, or it was my weekend. I was replaying that weekend, and I kind of wish things had gone a little bit differently.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe just, I wish that we had more of a connection, a meeting of minds, rather. Well, I didn't dislike the physical part, but it seemed like it was missing an important element.
What important element was it missing?
The emotion and, like I said, just the mental connection, some kind of being on the same page, so to speak.
So you didn't feel, as you were leaving, you didn't feel any kind of emotional connection or like you had grown closer with Mr. Alexander. Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't feel like we had grown closer. He seemed more distant.
How did you feel in retrospect about the sexual behavior you engaged in with Mr. Alexander? Do you feel okay? Was it still too far, too soon?
It didn't feel like too much too soon anymore, because over that month we had really gotten to know each other very well. I developed feelings for him, and it was confusing though, even though it was a little confusing, the sex.
What do you mean? What was confusing about it?
Well, I guess just where the line should be drawn, I guess.
And what do you mean by line? Your line, the vow of chastity, what kind of line are you speaking of?
Well, to me, sex is sex. There's just different ways to have sex, and it seemed like Travis was kind of I don't know how to put it, but it just seemed like he sort of had like the Bill Clinton version, whereas over here it seemed like, oral and anal sex were also sex to me, but not for him.
And the line that you're talking about, that line of demarcation, really sounds like that dealt with the vow of chastity. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were reflecting back on the weekend and your way back to Palm Desert, did you consider your actions, and your own, not his, but your own actions as it relates to that vow of chastity?
I considered it.
And how did you feel about that?
Well, I trusted what I was told by him, so I didn't feel like we were sinning. I felt a little bit, I hate to put it this way, but I felt a little bit used. but I knew I had gone there on my own willingly, so.
What do you mean though that you've felt used?
Well, he gets a hotel room, I show up, we hang out, we have sex. He's not really there presently, like he's not mentally present. I'm getting a lot of attention, but only while we're engaging in sexual activity. And then we check out and he takes off. And I kind of felt like a prostitute, sort of.
You didn't feel real good about the relationship or how he treated you at that point, right?
I was more upset with myself. I didn't feel like he mistreated me, but I didn't feel like he was treating me as well as he had been for that entire month.
Okay. Do you hear from, you discussed earlier what was seemingly near daily contact with Mr. Alexander on the phone in the evenings. Did you speak with him that Saturday evening when you got back home?
No, I called him later, but he didn't return my call.
Did you hear from him on Sunday?
No, I called him one more time Sunday evening, left a voicemail, and he didn't return my call.
Was that abnormal for him not to return your call?
Maybe one night, not really. I did want to know if he made it home safely. But I wasn't trying to be his mother, but I was concerned about if he made it back safely. Sunday night, he began to call me very late at night by this point. So I would leave a voicemail if I was going to sleep, and sometimes he wouldn't call me back if I told him I had to sleep. Sometimes he would call anyway and wake me up. But by Monday morning, when he had not returned both of my calls,
well, let me back up a step and ask you this. You said on Saturday you're driving home, you're feeling used. You call him Saturday night, you don't get a return call. How are you feeling Sunday or about the weekend? Are you feeling the same way? Have your feelings changed on Sunday before?
They hadn't really changed. I was trying not to think about it much or put too much thought into it or overanalyze it.
After feeling the way you did on Saturday when you came back, when you were driving back and feeling the same way Sunday, why would you want to speak with him at all?
I just had feelings for him.
Were you in love with him at that time?
I wouldn't say in love, but I had warm feelings for him, still sort of in the crush realm, but a little stronger, I'd say.
So those feelings for him were more prominent than your feelings for yourself about being used. Is that what you're telling us?
Just reading.
I would like the answer.
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
You told us a few moments ago how you felt used as you were driving back from Ehrenberg. But you also told us that you had feelings for Mr. Alexander, and that's why you were reaching out to him on Saturday evening and Sunday evening. What I'm asking you is if your feelings for Mr. Alexander were stronger than your feelings for being used.
Yes, they were.
When you did not hear from him over these 2 days, how did your feelings about being used, did they become stronger? Did they become weaker?
I think I began to think, well, I sent him a text message again on Monday. So by that time, he still didn't return any of those 3 attempts. So by that point, I was beginning to think that I had been very stupid and he got what he wanted and he wasn't interested in me anymore.
When you started feeling like stupid and he got what he wanted and he wasn't interested in you anymore, were you then in a position that you wanted to write him off, or were you in a position where you wanted to hear from him?
I can't say really either. I wasn't thinking of writing him off. I think if he was moving on, I would have liked to at least have known, you know.
Okay. When did you get a response, if at all, from Mr. Alexander?
It would have been Tuesday evening. I was at a business briefing and he called during the middle of that, and I didn't hear my phone because it was turned off, or the ringer was turned off. And so I checked afterward and he had called and left me a very nice voicemail.
Did you wind up talking with Mr. Alexander after he left the voicemail?
Yes, I called him after the meeting.
I want to know what he said, but did your conversation with him then make you feel less like you were used when you were in Ehrenberg?
Yes, it was more reassuring. He wasn't reassuring me, but the nature of the call was reassuring to me.
Did you ever express your feelings to him about how you felt used when you were driving home?
No,
What was that?
no.
Why not?
I didn't want to make him feel bad. I also was telling myself that maybe that was just all in my head, and that's, I was misinterpreting it or overanalyzing it, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
So it sounds like after this phone conversation you have on Tuesday, everything is back to status quo in terms of your feelings towards Mr. Alexander. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do these phone calls we heard about these long spiritual conversations, do they then begin again after this call on Tuesday?
Yes, the same routine, the same subject matters.
And those subject matters being more spiritual, or are they also sexual?
They were spiritual, sexual, and other things.
When do you recall seeing Mr. Alexander next?
I think it was right before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And do you recall the reason for that meeting with him?
He was on his way to Riverside, where he was going to spend Thanksgiving, and Palm Desert is on the way, so he stopped at my house and we hung out for a little while. And then he continued on to Riverside.
Now when were you baptized into the Mormon Church?
November 26th,
So, of what year?
2006.
So this would have been, was this and who baptized you?
Travis baptized me.
This visit you're mentioning, was that when he baptized you, or was this a distinct visit?
No, this was a distinct visit. It was right before Thanksgiving.
Okay. Were you baptized before or after Thanksgiving?
After Thanksgiving, I think was on the 22nd that year. Well, the 26th would have been on a Sunday, so whatever the previous Thursday was.
Okay. This meeting then was at your home in Palm Desert?
Yes, I think it was the day before, on the Wednesday.
Okay. The day before Thanksgiving?
Yes, right before Thanksgiving, so probably Wednesday.
Okay. And where did you wind up meeting him?
He came to my house with his dog.
Was Daryl still living in the house at this time?
I think Daryl was still living in the house, but he was at work.
Okay. So tell us about what happens when he arrives at your home.
Well, this was the first time he had seen my house, so I just walked him around the property briefly. It's not a big property, but he wanted to see the pool. His dog jumped in the pool and sank right to the bottom, so that was scary. I guess pugs don't swim. So he jumped in with his clothes and everything on to save his dog, and I took him and we put him inside so he wouldn't do that again. So Travis was soaking wet at that point, so he took a hot shower because in November the pool is freezing. And I threw his clothes in the dryer so that they would dry off and warm up. And we were intimate again, and then we said goodbye.
You said intimate. How were you intimate?
I don't recall exactly. It would have been oral sex or the grinding. Again, that's all we were doing at that point.
During this particular encounter, did he again ask you to have anal sex with him?
Yes.
But no anal sex took place on that day?
No, it was more like teasing, and I said no.
After did he ejaculate?
Yes.
And after he ejaculated, he left?
Shortly thereafter.
Your Honor, may I approach? Ms. Arias, I want to show you what has been marked as exhibits 393 and 394. Be so kind as to take a look at those. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Those are pictures of Travis's erection.
And when did you, or how did you come into possession of these photos?
They were sent to me
How?
via his phone.
Via a text message or picture message?
Picture message. His phone and my phone.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibits 393 and 394.
Judge, lack of foundation, if we could get a date on it.
Sustained?
Ms. Arias, would you like to see the photos again in terms of the day that they were received?
I think I remember the day.
Or let me have you take a look then and see if you can tell us the day that they were received. Do you recall now?
Yes.
Does that date on the photo reflect the date that you received it?
Yes, that would have been a Saturday.
And this was before he came to your home in Palm Desert?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would again move to admit exhibits 393 and 394.
Yeah, what's the date? Somebody could just announce it.
But Jodi, what day was it that you received them?
It was November 11th, 2006.
I'm sorry.
I could cut it. The exhibit. No objection.
393 and 394 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, you said this came to you via phone message. Is this something that you had solicited from him?
Not directly. I didn't expect a photograph, but we were flirting.
You were what?
Flirting?
That is a picture of his erection that he sent you, is that right?
Yes.
And you were saying you were flirting. What do you mean by flirting?
I was in Anaheim at the Anaheim Grove, and I was at a Super Saturday for that area. And I was listening to speakers, and we began to text, and I was We were just text messaging back and forth. It kind of it turned flirty, and then it turned sexual, and it went on for hours, actually. Just back and forth, just trying to be witty and top each other's last comments.
And in that regard, in order to top your last comment, he sent you this picture?
That actually culminated at the restaurant after we left the Grove. Oh, he wasn't there. He was in Mesa. I was with other people. So we were at the restaurant when my phone beeped. I hadn't received pictures on that phone before. So when I showed I had a message from him, and I opened it and I couldn't find it. And then I realized it was a file that I don't know if I had to open it or go into a different folder to see it. And then I realized what it was. And I shut my phone really quick. It was a flip phone.
And moving, just showing you for the record, 393. And then 394. It appears these are different photos. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, they're different.
So he sent you 2 photos that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Consecutively.
All right. Miss Arias, when he did that, was he also requesting that you reciprocate with any photos?
Yes.
Did you reciprocate with photos?
No, not that day.
Why not?
I was at a restaurant, and I don't know how to really explain it without
Well, did
saying.
you want to reciprocate?
No, I didn't, but I knew he wanted to, so I was a little bit conflicted, but I said no.
How did he react to your refusal to send him a picture?
He felt it should be fair, kind of like that. Like, he didn't say that, but he had been requesting photos for a while at this point, and
What was he requesting photos of?
naked pictures.
Of you?
Yes.
Of particular body parts, or did he make any specific requests?
No, he didn't specify body parts that I remember.
Okay. Up to the point in time when you received these pictures of his erection, you had not sent him any pictures, is that right?
Yes.
After the point in time, and I don't want to get too far down the road in the story, but after the point in time that he sent you those pictures, did you then feel a level of guilt for not reciprocating?
Yes, I didn't want to disappoint him. I felt like I had disappointed him, and he seemed very disappointed. Anyway.
Okay. Now, I want to spend some time talking about, did you say your baptism took place on November 26th of 2006, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. We heard a little bit from Mr. Freeman about the process, but I want to hear about what you went through leading up to it, okay? We'd like to discuss that now.
Okay.
Do you remember a particular point in time, maybe a month, a year, that you decided you wanted to join the Mormon faith?
It was a series of experiences that brought me to make that decision ultimately.
Describe for us what you mean by series of experiences.
Well, the first week the missionaries came, they invited me to church that following Sunday. This time I'd actually slept, so I was able to pay attention to what was being said. And someone was giving a talk, and what that person said was very impactful and something that I had not heard other Christians embrace before, but it was something that I personally embraced. And I liked
what was that, if you recall?
Am I allowed to say what he said?
Well, just tell us the general subject matter of.
It was an acceptance and a tolerance of all faiths in the world, basically.
And you found that aspect of the Mormon faith to be in line with your own personal beliefs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us then, you were talking about these experiences, a series of experiences. What other experiences led you to believe or led you to choose to be baptized into the Mormon faith?
Travis and I talked about the church a lot, and I asked him any questions I had. I asked the missionaries also, but I was able to ask Travis a few more questions on a personal level. And not necessarily a sexual level, but just things that I wasn't comfortable asking two 20-year-old guys. So the more that I discovered about the church, the more I realized that it did not conflict with my beliefs, and it was in alignment with a lot of the values that I had, and especially the family values and the emphasis they place on families and marriage and the importance thereof. And I didn't like the no coffee rule. I couldn't imagine giving up coffee at that point. I drank it every morning and sometimes in the evenings. But that was the only thing that bothered me. There was no alcohol, but I wasn't really a drinker anyway, so that didn't bother me. But just everything seemed to line up for me as far as my beliefs and the lifestyle that I was interested in leading.
Once you made this decision internally in terms of wanting to be baptized, how did you move from that point in time to November 26th when you were actually baptized? Was there a process you went through with the church? Could you just kind of explain that to us?
Yes, the missionaries finally asked me if I was ready to be baptized, and I told them yes. So they set up an interview with another young man, I think he was an elder, and he asked me a series of questions. It's like an interview that you have right before you're baptized to see if you're ready to be baptized.
And when did this interview, if you know the date, fine. If not, relative to when you were baptized, when did this interview take place?
It was sometime in November, but I don't remember the exact time. It was close to my baptism date.
Okay. As it relates, well, let me ask you this. What sort of subjects what sort of questions were you asked? What were the subject matter of the questions that you were asked during this pre-baptismal interview?
So long ago, I don't remember the exact questions, but they asked questions about your belief in Jesus Christ and the veracity of the Book of Mormon, and about your belief in Joseph Smith being a prophet of God, and if you have been obeying the word of wisdom, which is the coffee and tea, etc., and if you've been obeying the law of chastity, which to my understanding at that time was, I guess, different.
Let me ask you about that. You said you were asked if you are obeying the law of chastity. right? You were asked that during the interview?
Yes.
Is that- Okay. And your understanding of the law of chastity was abstaining from penile vaginal intercourse. That's what your understanding was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were asked that question, based on your understanding, you believe that you were indeed in line with the vow of chastity. Is that accurate?
Yes. In a technical sense, I believed I was.
Okay. And that belief was based on the things that Mr. Alexander was telling you.
Yes.
So after this interview, what happened? Are you approved to be baptized? What is the process from that point on?
I wasn't approved right away because I told the person that Daryl still lived in the house. And so he said he'd have to check since he was an ex-boyfriend and he's the opposite sex, and that's discouraged in the church to live under the same roof as somebody of the opposite sex who's not family or not your spouse. So he checked, and then I interviewed, I think with another, I think it was the branch president, just to check. And he wanted to make sure that we were in separate bedrooms and that wasn't going to be an ongoing living situation. And Daryl had plans to move in about another week and a half or 2 weeks back to Monterey. So we were going to postpone the baptism, but the branch president said that he feels that the baptism should go forward as scheduled instead of postponing it till after Daryl moved.
Okay. And it was scheduled for the 26th? Was that the original day it was scheduled for?
Yes.
Okay. So you get this approval, I guess. How many days beforehand do you get the approval versus the day you're actually baptized?
I would say roughly a week. I don't remember exactly. It was close to the date.
Okay. So you were aware of your impending baptism when Mr. Alexander came to visit you at your home?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe I was.
Okay. Who baptized you into the Mormon faith?
Travis baptized me.
How was that decision made that he was to be the person to baptize you?
Well, when I decided I was going to get baptized, there was a period in early November, I think, or maybe it was mid-November. Travis had been a little more distant again. So I was kind of questioning where we were going with things on that. I still wanted to get baptized. And when I asked the missionaries, well, when they had told me if I would ask me if I was ready, and I told them yes, I asked if his name was Elder Jensen. I asked if he would do it because he had, second to Travis, he had taught me so much about the church at that point. And he had said that it's better.
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Rephrase the question.
Did he accept your invitation to baptize you?
He didn't, no, he didn't accept it. He didn't,
Objection. Arias.
To
Sustained.
your understanding, why not?
I don't recall exactly what he said, but he encouraged me to find somebody.
Hearsay. Doesn't recall exactly what he said.
Overall, you may answer.
I remember the essence of it, and that was that he encouraged me to find somebody, not him or his partner, not one of the missionaries.
Apart from those individuals and Mr. Alexander, at this point in time, did you have a close relationship with any other members of the church that would have the ability to baptize you?
Not a close relationship. I had acquaintances and nobody really in that area except the small branch. I didn't hang out with them too much at that point. So not really.
Okay. So how did you then come to the point in time that you decided that you wanted Travis to baptize you?
He was the only other person I could think of. And he was the person that I was initially thinking of also. So I decided to go ahead and, well, he asked me first if I had decided whether or not I was going to be baptized. And I told him yes, and he said, that's great.
Objection, hearsay is the conversation.
Sorry.
Mr. Alexander was happy to learn that you were being baptized.
He was happy to learn that, yes.
Did you then invite him to baptize you?
Yes.
Do you recall when you made that invitation?
It would have been November. I don't remember the exact date.
Did this happen in person or did this happen over the telephone?
It was over the phone.
Okay. Where did your baptism take place?
In Palm Desert.
What was involved? Well, just describe for us your baptism. Is it just you and Mr. Alexander, or are there other people involved?
No, many people were invited. I think it's open to anyone attending, especially church members. Non-members are encouraged to attend also. Travis, I don't remember if he invited them or if I invited them, but the Hugheses came out. A few other people in the business that were church members came to my baptism.
Did you invite your family?
No, they lived 11, 12 hours away, so I didn't. I told them.
Objection, hearsay was the question. She was asked whether she invited them.
The state.
You didn't invite them. Were you under the impression that they wouldn't have an interest in being there?
Well, I mean, if they could teleport there, they'd be there, but they certainly wouldn't make the effort to come out there for that event.
Prior to you being baptized, had your family expressed misgivings about you joining the church?
Yes.
We say your family, are we talking about the immediate family, your parents, your grandparents, and your brothers and sisters?
Yes, aunts, parents, siblings, and friends.
So pretty much everyone from what you're telling us, it sounds like pretty much everyone in your immediate circle discouraged you from joining the church.
Yes.
Okay. Did you invite Mr. Brewer to attend?
Yes.
Did he attend?
No.
So tell us what, you mentioned the ceremony. How did you feel that day knowing that you were going to be baptized before the ceremony?
I was a little nervous because I didn't know what the process entailed, but I was excited.
And how was tell us what occurred during your ceremony.
Well, we had chairs set up and a small podium in another room, not in the main chapel. But it's still at the church building. And people took their seats. There were some hymns. Well, we opened with a prayer. There were some hymns that we sang and a few talks that were given on a few different subjects. And I don't remember if another hymn was sang, but then I was led into the font. I went into the back, and then Travis was already in the font.
You said the font. What is the font?
The best I can describe it is a very big, like a giant bathtub, but filled with water about waist level when you're standing up.
Okay. And you said Mr. Alexander was back there. What takes place when you go towards the font?
Well, before entering the font, I changed into an all-white, kind of like a jumpsuit. And then there's some steps that lead into the font.
And what happens when you go into the font?
It was a lot like Dan described. You walk up and Travis held his hand up and said some kind of invocation or prayer or blessing. I don't know what it's called. He made a declaration, so to speak, and then I was dipped into the water and came back up.
And how did it feel for you to be baptized? Were you elated? Did you feel very spiritual? Can you describe that feeling?
It was a very peaceful feeling.
Now, after the official baptism, the ritual you just talked about, after that is over, are there more services? Is there a reception? For those of us who aren't familiar, could you please just kind of take us through that experience?
Are you talking about what happens after the baptism?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I went back into the designated area, I guess, for the ladies, where they can change. I was changing into my clothes. Sky Hughes came into that area to check on me. After that, we went back into the main area where everybody was still hanging out and just talking about whatever, just plans for the week, things like that. I think we might have closed with a prayer, but I don't remember. I just remember everything sort of dispersing shortly after I was out of the water.
Okay. And how did you get back home that day?
That day, I drove.
Okay. Did you drive by yourself?
No, Travis came with me.
Okay. Tell us what happened when you got back to the house.
We got back to the house. His car was parked at my house, so we took my car to church. So we got back to the house, went inside, and we hugged. Words were exchanged.
What happened after you hugged and words were exchanged?
We began to kiss, and things got intimate again.
Was that place of intimacy a place you were thinking about going on this spiritual day?
Not how it ultimately happened, no.
What do you mean how it ultimately happened? Describe for us what happened after you and Mr. Alexander started kissing that day.
Well, we were in my bedroom. We were not on the bed, but we were standing next to it. And we were kissing. And I was in my church clothes. He was in his church clothes. The kissing got more passionate, more intense. And then he spun me around. And he bent me over the bed, and he was just on top of me. I didn't think anything was, thought he was just going to keep kissing me.
What happened when he bent you over the bed? Were you face down on the bed or face up?
I was face down. My head was turned to the side.
And what happened?
His hands were wandering, and he lifted up my skirt, and he pulled down my underwear, and he was pressing against me,
What do you mean pressing against you?
his whole body.
Did he have an erection?
I could feel an erection.
And what happened next?
He unzipped his pants, and I guess he pulled it down. I didn't see. but he began to have anal sex with me, and
You said that he had anal sex with you. Based on what you said before, this wasn't something that you were expecting to happen.
no, not that night.
Is this something that you wanted to happen?
Well, I can't say I wanted to, but I didn't stop him.
When he entered you, you said you didn't stop him. Did you say anything? Did you tell him no?
No,
Was it pleasurable for you physically?
at that time it was painful, somewhat.
Given that it was painful, why didn't you tell him no?
Eventually I did. I probably would have just let him continue, but it became too painful.
Why do you say you probably just would have let him continue?
Because I knew that is what he had been wanting for a while, and I trusted him. I had a lot of trust, and I just went with what he was, with his agenda, I guess I could say.
This agenda you describe him having and this pain you were experiencing, did this go on for several minutes before you told him no?
I don't think it went on too long, not several minutes, maybe a few.
And from what you're telling us, it sounds like the only reason that you told him no or told him to stop was the pain, not your lack of interest in this activity. Is that right?
That's pretty accurate. I mean, I wasn't looking forward to it, but definitely the pain, I had to have him stop. Otherwise, I probably would have continued.
Otherwise what?
I probably would have continued if it weren't for that.
Okay. After he stopped, was that the end of the intimacy that day?
He finished by ejaculating on my back or somewhere like on me. And then we were finished. And then shortly, I think we parted ways. We kissed and embraced, and he left.
After this encounter on this spiritual day, how did you feel about yourself?
Shortly after he left, I didn't feel very good. I kind of felt like a used piece of toilet paper. I don't know. I didn't continue feeling that way. Just shortly thereafter, for a little while, I did.
Then in late November of 2006, after your baptism, does Mr. Alexander stay in Palm Desert, to your knowledge, or does he go back?
He drove back to Mesa, to my knowledge.
Okay. You need a moment?
No. Thank you.
After this incident on the 26th, when was the next time you spoke with Mr. Alexander?
I can't remember if it was that night or the next night, but it was shortly after that.
Did the subject of the encounter, the anal sex you just described, did that come up in your conversations?
He wrote me a letter about it. We didn't discuss it directly on the phone. We had discussed things of that nature in the past.
Did you ever voice your displeasure with the incident to him?
Only when I said,
Objection, hearsay, what she said.
She's the declarant judge.
Overruled, you may answer.
I kind of just said through clenched teeth, stop, 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 and he stopped. So I think he got the impression that it was not pleasurable at that point, but I never said anything about it after that of a negative nature.
So you never advised him that you felt like, as I think you said, a used piece of toilet paper? You never advised him that?
I wouldn't have told him that.
You would not have? Is that what you
No.
said? Why not?
Because I don't think that would have made him feel very good.
How about how you felt?
I was dealing with that, you know.
Okay. So after this incident, you say you talked to him. Are you talking to him then again on a near daily basis or near nightly basis?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say.
yes.
And you mentioned these phone calls getting progressively later and later. What time are we talking about a majority of these phone calls taking place?
He almost stopped calling me completely before 11 p.m. Usually it was closer to midnight, and sometimes it was as late as 3 a.m. He would call and we would talk.
These talks now, you mentioned in the past that they were of a spiritual nature, personal nature, and a sexual nature. Did that pattern persist in throughout November? Subsequent, I
Yes.
should say, November, December, subsequent to this incident.
Yeah, new subject matters were incorporated regarding our futures, things like that. But for the most part, that same kind of thing continued.
Well, let me ask you this. You say regarding the future. Did that future, was that related to the relationship prospects between yourself and Mr. Alexander?
Yes,
Prior to, let's even make it specific to November 26th, were you and Travis boyfriend and girlfriend?
no, we were not.
When did you, for the sake of discussion now, when did you become boyfriend and girlfriend?
We became boyfriend, girlfriend. Well, we didn't term it that, but we became, not initially, we became exclusive, to my understanding, on February 2nd, 2007.
So it was a good 2-3 months later after this incident before you became exclusive or boyfriend and girlfriend? Or some
Yes.
people- okay. Now, as it relates to these times, and I want to back up a little bit, when you were in public with Mr. Alexander prior to November 26th, did you act publicly as if you were boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, not in public.
What about during the trip to Ehrenberg? I mean, were you holding hands? Did you have your arm around each other? Was that different than most of the other times?
Inside the motel room, definitely. Inside the truck stop, the restaurant adjoins this mini mart, and he grabbed my butt there. There were some men standing by, and he did that right in front of them. And other than that, I think he wasn't too affectionate at Sizzler. I don't really remember, but he was very affectionate inside the motel room while we were being physical.
Okay. As you were having this, what was the beginnings of a sexual relationship, you've had these few sexual encounters. Were you under the impression that this was something that was supposed to be kept a secret?
I got that impression from different things, different hints and clues and things that his friend said.
Okay. Would that be, is that directly saying what they're saying, would that be directly related to the vow of chastity and Travis's, the belief that Travis was adhering to it?
I don't know. I believed that we were adhering to it.
Okay.
It was, sorry.
So even at the point in time when you had this unwanted anal sex, you believed you were complying with the vow of chastity?
By definition. It didn't really feel that way, but by definition, I did believe that.
In that regard, then, there must have been some reason why you felt like you couldn't tell anybody about these encounters, right?
Yes.
And what was that reason?
I don't typically talk about my sex life with people. That's pretty much the simple reason.
Did Mr. Alexander know that?
He knew I was discreet. I didn't reveal anything about Daryl.
Okay. Did he ask?
In the beginning, he joked about it, but he didn't press for too many details. I didn't give him any.
Okay. So after November 26th, and you're still living in Palm Desert, right?
Yes.
And Travis is still living in Mesa, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds to me like in this point in time in the story, you hadn't come to visit him in Mesa. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd never been to Arizona.
Okay. Let's talk about then the next time you saw Mr. Alexander. When was that?
It was about, it was the Friday following the Sunday I was baptized.
And where did that meeting take place?
At his house.
His house in Mesa?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the plan? Were you coming out there for a weekend? Were you coming out there for a long time? What was the idea, the purpose of the visit?
There was another regional event happening, a Super Saturday in Phoenix with a special guest speaker that was flying in. It was really big in the company. So a ton of people were carpooling, caravanning out from California, and I was part of the caravan. And we all, I think there were 3 or 4 vehicles. They were coming from Paris, California, Moreno Valley, Murrieta, other Southern California towns, and Palm Desert is on the way. So that was the last stop where I met them at Carl's Jr. and we all got on the road and drove together for the most of the drive.
Okay. When you, in this event in Mesa, I'm assuming this wasn't at Mr. Alexander's home, is that right?
The event?
Yeah.
No, it was in Phoenix.
Okay. So you carpool with these people from California. You get to this meeting in Phoenix. Is this where you see Mr. Alexander at this meeting?
No, we went to his house first on Friday night. The event was Saturday morning.
Okay. You say we. Who was we?
Me and, do you want me to name names?
Well, no, that's okay. Just some of the people you were carpooling with?
Yes, his friends and people that were in the company.
What was the purpose of going to Mr. Alexander's house? Were you staying there? Could you just describe that for us?
Yes, a bunch of people from out of state were coming to his house, and we were all going to crash there.
Okay. And what were the sleeping arrangements to be?
Well, the sleeping arrangements after we got there, we were determining those things.
Let me ask you this. Prior to, obviously, Mr. Alexander, you knew you were coming out to this event, right?
Yes.
Did he give any indications to you that while you were in Mesa, and how many days was this going to be?
It's Saturday and we would leave Sunday.
Okay.
Well, we arrived Friday night.
Okay. So while you were in Mesa for this 3-day weekend, I guess, did he give you any indication that he wanted to engage or have some sort of sexual interaction with you?
No, it was just the opposite.
Told you he didn't?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about that weekend then. It was yourself and others. Did you wind up having a sexual encounter with Mr. Alexander that weekend?
No, he joked about oral sex, giving him, but he was concerned about his ex-girlfriend there, and he didn't want us to be affectionate in front of her.
And this ex-girlfriend, we heard from a girl by the name of Lisa, then by the name of Lisa Andrews. Is that the girlfriend we're talking about?
No, Lisa Andrews came afterward. This was a girlfriend prior to
Okay,
Lisa.
all right. And what was her name?
Deanna.
So he expressed to you concern that Deanna would be jealous.
He didn't say jealous.
Did he express misgivings about how the two of you were to act in front of Deanna?
Yes, he felt he needed to warn me.
Warn you that what?
We're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Yes, Ms. Arias, you may step down. Let's address the last objection. Mr. Martinez.
She was going to talk about what Mr. Alexander told her. That's hearsay.
You know, hearsay has a much more complex definition than just the fact that something comes out of someone else's mouth. That does not hearsay make. It has to be an assertion intended as an assertion by the declarant that is offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This goes to Ms. Arias' state of mind as it relates to how she was to act in front of this girlfriend, Deanna. It goes to the effect of the listener. I don't even think it's hearsay because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. As to the reasons why that Mr. Alexander was concerned about his conduct in front of Ms. Reed, that we're not going to the truth of the matter, that the effect of how this affected Ms. Arias' conduct and the behavior that weekend.
But as we discussed at the bench yesterday, if you can redirect her by rephrasing the question, that is preferable. We'll limit the number of bench conferences we need to have. So just rephrase the question.
Sure.
When the jury returns. All right. Mr. Nermy, you wanted to make a record? Did you want to do that now?
Well, yes, Your Honor, that's fine, but I believe I'd like to have the sheriff's
Privately.
office begin by addressing what they're requesting, and then so I can make my objection to it.
Mr. Dutcher, on behalf of the sheriff.
Good morning, Judge. Scott Dutcher on behalf of Sheriff Arpaio. Come to the sheriff's attention, there have been some conferences in chambers in a non-secure area of the courthouse with Miss Arias present, and that's not something the sheriff permits. After we all discussed this morning before court began, I did explore some other options with the sheriff's office, and I know the defense has some concerns, and this may be an option if everyone wants this. If there are short conferences in lieu of having everyone clear the courtroom, right over here is a secure area, and there aren't chairs. I don't know if we can get some chairs, but if it's a short conference, we can all enter this area of the courthouse, which is secure area of the jail, and everyone can, I guess, say whatever they need to say. I don't know if that's an option that everyone wants, but that or the courtroom are the only options available, Judge. It is a security issue to have inmates in unsecure areas of the jail, and that's not something the sheriff allows for any inmate, including Miss Arias.
All right. And you wanted to make a record on that, Mr. Noon?
Judge, I just want to recite, at least, obviously, we know the Sixth Amendment guarantees my client's right to be present at all vital stages of these proceedings, and any denial of that would be a denial of due process and reason for mistrial. In this regard, obviously, based on whatever the reasons were when we were asking to do this, whatever party was, both parties have asked, and the court has understood that under those circumstances, with not going into what they are, that those were important. There were reasons for it. That is why some of those records have been sealed. So, Judge, I believe that, at least for the record, and our assertion is that regardless, and I'm not trying to get in a dispute with the sheriff's office, but Miss Arias is entitled to do that. I don't know about the viability from a logistics standpoint of what the sheriff's office is suggesting, but I just want to make it clear for the record that we're asserting that she has an absolute right to be present, and if that needs to be facilitated in some way, either through clearing the courtroom or alternative means, and that is the basis of our assertion, and we will not waver on that point. If it gets more contentious in that regard, I would be asking for motions from the sheriff's office because this is such an important right.
All right, the court will make the best determination it can in any given circumstance, including clearing the courtroom if necessary to accommodate a defense request or a confidential meeting. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out where I was in this. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'm Leanie. Welcome. Thank you guys for being here. You know what? I'm just going to start playing the other part when they came back from lunch. If you guys could stick around, I think it's great. If not, then I understand. And thank you so much for being here. It's good to see new people in the chat and have people come down out of the bushes and chit chat. I love that. I love that so much. Thank you to the mods for being here this morning. We're just going to keep going with it. I'll play probably one more and then we will convene again the same time here in about 18 hours or so. You're stuck, honey. You're stuck. All right. So let me hold on. Let me figure out what I'm doing here. No, it's a whole thing. Where am I? Not that one. Let me see if this is it. Nope. This one. Okay, here we go. Thank you guys so much. Do me a favor, will you hit the like for me? That's all I ever ask of anybody. Just please hit the like, and I appreciate that so much.
Just before lunch, we were talking about the time, a weekend that you and some fellow members of prepaid legal were spending with Mr. Alexander, and that was his home. Is that right?
Yes.
You were talking about, you mentioned an individual by the name of Deanna. Did Deanna have a last name?
Reed.
And this Miss Reed, what was your understanding of who she was?
My understanding was that she was an ex-girlfriend.
An ex-girlfriend of Mr.
Travis.
Alexander's?
Yes, of Travis's. That she was somebody Travis had once been very serious with, that he was once in love with, and they were both in love, and they separated. A lot of the history I know is through Travis.
Okay.
I mean, all of it, really. And
Okay, well, that's
his
fine.
friends.
Were you instructed to act a certain way with Travis when Miss Reed was present?
Yes.
How was that?
He warned me that she was emotionally unstable and that she would freak out if she saw him with other girls or if he attempted to move on anytime he tried to date somebody.
Did you see, I take it, and maybe I'm incorrect, was this the first time you met Miss Reed was in December 2006?
It's the first time I saw her. I don't recall meeting her. He advised me to steer clear of her at his house. So I didn't, seize the opportunity to go introduce myself or anything like that.
Okay. These instructions, if you will, that were given to you regarding Miss Reed, was that some sort of constant dictate throughout the course of your relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, the entire time, even after we eventually broke up.
Okay. Because you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend in December 2006, correct?
No, we were not.
In that regard, you mentioned, and we'll talk up into from the time you met Mr. Alexander to the time you were at his home in Mesa, 2006 for the first time, were you dating other people?
There were, I was asked out on a few dates. Some I turned down and one I accepted during that time.
Did Mr. Alexander know about these dates?
Yes, he knew about when I was asked, and I think I did tell him. I don't remember. It was a church member. I don't remember if I told him.
Okay. All right. Before we move past December 2006, based on what you're telling us earlier, there was no sexual interaction between you and Travis during this weekend.
No, there were insinuations after everyone went to sleep, but he seemed almost paranoid that. Sorry.
May we approach, Your Honor? We were talking about the fact that that no sexual interaction took place between you and Mr. Alexander, and you were explaining how he was paranoid about being caught. Is that right?
Yeah, he seemed hypervigilant about us having any physical contact, even just holding hands or hugging or anything like that.
What do you mean hypervigilant? Did you hold hands and things like that, but he was paranoid people might see it, or can you describe that for us?
Well, even after Deanna left and we all found our sleeping arrangements. Travis and I slept in the front room. He had 2 leather couches, brown leather couches, and I slept on one and he slept on the other. And there were other people sleeping in an adjacent family room. And then there were other people sleeping in the loft. And there were 2 ladies that were sleeping in his bed upstairs. And even after all the lights were out and it was dark, we were laying on the couch talking, and he had his hand laying like that, just off the couch. And I just put my hand out and just touched his fingers, nothing erotic or anything, just being affectionate. And he kind of pulled away and sat up and looked around to see if anyone was awake. And then he just kind of turned over toward me, but didn't reach out anymore.
So based on your interaction with him over the weekend, you were left with the impression that he certainly didn't want anyone to know that you were involved in any way.
Objection, leading speculation.
Rephrase.
Based on this conduct, when he pulls his hand away out of fear of being seen, did that leave you with the impression that Mr. Alexander didn't want people to know that you were any way intimately involved with him?
Objection, speculation. Maybe he didn't want to have sex with her.
Overruled.
Yes.
Were you there the weekend to have sex with Mr. Alexander?
No, it was a business trip. I was excited to see him because I liked him, but no, definitely not for that.
Were you hoping he might bend you over the bed and have anal sex with you?
No.
Now, you didn't have any physical or romantic contact with him this weekend because other people were there and he wanted to keep it a secret. That was your understanding.
Yes, well, there was one romantic gesture as I was leaving.
And where did that take place?
He walked me out to my car to load up the bags, or my luggage. And his friend, Chris, was sitting in their Lexus SUV on the street, and he was on the phone facing, I guess we were in the driveway, and he would have been facing west because he was parked up near the house. And my car was parked in the driveway. And after the trunk shut, he looked around and saw that Chris had his back to us, and he was on the phone, and he said, "Here, kiss me quick while no one's looking." And so we just kissed, it was a brief kiss. And that was it. And sorry.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. At this point in time, you had engaged in several, maybe half dozen, maybe not quite a half dozen instances of sexual contact with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yeah, well, how many did you say?
Well, around a half dozen, give or take, probably a few less.
Something close to that.
Okay. And he doesn't want anyone seemingly to know that you have any sort of relationship in December 2006. So my question to you then is, how did that make you feel?
I didn't give it too much thought. It didn't make me feel good, but it didn't make me upset. I just it's something I kept ignoring and putting out of my mind and just ignoring.
Okay. So you weren't mad at him?
No.
Did you ever think at this point in time, I'm done with this guy?
Maybe not in the context that I think you're putting it.
Okay. Well, what context was it then? I mean, at this point in time, you didn't say, gee whiz, we're doing all this activity. He doesn't even want to hold my hand in public. It's time to end this?
It bothered me a little bit, but we talked about the status of our relationship the next day.
And based on that conversation, use the word status. What was the status of your relationship based on this conversation? To your understanding, what was the status?
After talking, I was encouraged to date other people.
And, we talked a moment ago about, how you were asked out on one date or asked out on a few dates before December. At this point in time, when you're going to Ehrenberg and all those things, were you of the mind that Mr. Alexander wasn't dating anyone else?
I had that impression. I found out it was false.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a bit. But in January of 2007, or after December 2006, excuse me, you said that you were encouraged to date other individuals.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a certain type of individual you were encouraged to date?
Yes, he wasn't specific that first time, but then he got more specific afterward.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you go on dates?
Yes.
Do you know, to your knowledge, did Mr. Alexander learn about these dates?
Yes.
And where were these, you were in, is this in December or is this in January of the following year?
I think it would have been January.
And you're still living in Palm, I got the sense that maybe you were moved out of your Palm Desert home by then, is that?
No, I stayed in Palm Desert until early May, I think.
Okay. So you were back in, did these dates take place in Palm Desert?
No,
Where did they take place?
Pasadena.
Okay. And was there one particular individual? Did you go on several dates?
I went on dates with two different individuals. Two official dates.
Two actual dates. And you mentioned Pasadena. You weren't living there. Why were these dates taking place in Pasadena?
I had a doctor's appointment in Pasadena. So there was a guy that I had met. He was sitting next to me at the Super Saturday event, the one that I was texting Travis at. And he was very lively and he asked me out, not right away. He was talking to me, getting to know me during the event, and then said, I don't remember how he worded it, but maybe we should go out sometime.
And this Super Saturday that you met this particular individual, when did this take place?
It would have been the same date as the photographs, so November 11th, 2006.
And did this individual ask you out on the 11th of November 2006?
Yes, but nothing confirmed or concrete. He just threw it out there and I said, okay, maybe, sure,
Did you feel like it would have been, at that point in time, considering your relationship with Mr. Alexander, that it would have been inappropriate for you to date this individual?
Not just a date, I wouldn't have considered it inappropriate. I don't think so.
You would or wouldn't have?
I would not have if it was just a date.
Okay. So you run into this individual again down the road.
Yes.
You mentioned Pasadena. You have a date with this individual.
We agreed to meet in Pasadena.
Okay. And who was this person?
His name is Abe Abdulhadi.
Okay. And how many dates did you have with Mr. Abdulhadi?
Just one.
And you dated another individual, you said?
I went on what I thought was going to be a date. It turned out to be more platonic, and that was someone else.
And who was that?
His name is John
John what?
Dixon.
Okay. So you said the date with Mr. Dixon was, if I heard you correctly, platonic, right?
He invited me to get lunch. We got sushi, we chit-chatted, I didn't get any vibes or major chemistry. We were just friendly, so that's the impression I was left with.
Okay. And the date with Mr. Abduhadi, was that more, or I should say, was that a less platonic situation?
It developed into that, sort of, but, I mean, I don't know, we were just on a date, so he wasn't as, I don't know how to put it. It was different from the lunch date that I had.
Did Mr. Alexander know of these dates?
Yes. He didn't know prior, but
Okay.
he knew afterward.
How did he know? Did you tell him?
I didn't answer my phone that night. So, because I went to hang out with John Dixon again, and it was again platonic. He wanted to show me.
Objection, she's not responsive.
Sorry, I get distracted.
Why were you with John Dixon again?
He invited me over to show me clips from a movie he was directing. And he just played some of those clips on his computer. And we watched some clips from Pirates of the Caribbean. And that was it. I think we might have hugged when I left. I don't remember.
And it was at this time, I believe you're telling us that Mr. Alexander called and you weren't able to take his call at that moment.
Yes.
Was he angry that you didn't respond to his call or weren't there to answer his phone call?
He wasn't angry, just inquisitive.
And that inquisition, if you will, led to you describing the fact that you were with Mr. Dixon.
Yes.
And how did that sit with Travis?
He wasn't warmly received. He didn't appear to get angry, but I could tell he was upset in the way he was, in his tone, his mood changed.
What about the date with Mr. Abduhadi? How did Travis come to learn of that date?
Same conversation because both of those dates were on the same day in Pasadena.
Okay. Was his distaste for your date with Mr. Abduhadi, was it different than that with John Dixon?
Objection, Susan has not heard. She didn't say he was distasteful. She characterized it differently. Overruled.
Can you say that question again? Sorry.
I'm going to try. Was Travis angry about your date with Mr. Abduhadi?
It appeared to me, or it seemed to me, it was over the phone, so I didn't see him, but from the tone of his voice, he seemed upset.
Was that at a different level or different reaction than is related to Mr. Dixon?
I think it was all sort of cumulative.
Well, you mentioned the fact that as far as being encouraged to date, you said that there were certain people, eventually you thought didn't matter what kind of person you were encouraged to date. Then you said later on, you were encouraged to date a particular type of person. So what I was asking is there some difference between Mr. Abduhadi and Mr. Dixon that caused, to your understanding, extra anxiety with Mr. Alexander?
I think they were grouped the same because they weren't church members, and I was sort of reprimanded for that.
By Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
So it wasn't that they being Mr. Dixon, Mr. Abdulhadi, were different from each other. The problem was, from your understanding, was that they were both not church members, and Mr. Alexander wanted you to only date church members.
Yes.
I gotta ask, at this point in time, you've been encouraged to date. Why would you care, or why would you allow Mr. Alexander to have any input on who you dated?
I sort of felt that way when he said that. I'm thinking he can't tell me who to date. But he explained to me the importance of dating within the church, and it made sense to me, so I agreed with him.
You what?
I agreed with him.
Okay. So based on this conversation with Mr. Alexander, then you agreed to him that you're not going to date outside the church. Is that what we're taking away from this?
I agreed with what he told me.
Okay. Now, the time period we're talking about was January 2007. And you told us that you and Travis officially became a couple in February of 2007, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did it go from you dating other people, him encouraging you to dating other people, to this relationship, this boyfriend and girlfriend label?
A lot of things happened in that 3-week period.
Well, let's talk about that. What happened from your perspective to get you from dating other individuals to being Travis's girlfriend?
Well, the first thing I did is he hung up on me that night. He was upset. And so it kind of jarred me a little bit. So I decided to write him an email. And I don't know why, but I felt like I was cheating on him, even though he had told me to date other people. I felt guilty about it. And so I expressed that to him. And while I was writing the email, he sent me a text message. I don't know if I can see what it said.
Well, you write in this email and you're expressing your feelings. Did you ever send it?
Yes.
Without telling us what was said, did this get to, is this kind of discontent that led to you two deciding, well, okay, that's it, we're going to be a couple? Is that what you're telling us?
Not in that moment. It was a process over a few weeks.
Okay. But that sort of thing led you, that sort of disconnect or feelings is what led you two to be a couple?
I think it sort of started us on the path
Okay.
to be more official.
Okay. So now when you say you and Travis officially became a couple, what did that mean? Was there some sort of agreement, or you sat down and said you're not going to date other people? Tell us about the day that you and Travis became a couple, if you will.
I went out to his house that weekend, well, the first weekend of February. We hung out. We were watching, I don't know if we were watching a movie, we were on the internet, we were just reading books, we were just doing things in the house all day, hanging out. And we were each reading our own books. And we were sitting in this oversized chair next to his bed, just two of us squeezed into it.
Well, let me ask you that. Where were you?
In his bedroom.
Okay. What brought you to his home? And this is February. Do you remember the day?
Not exactly, but it would have been the 1st or the 2nd,
Okay.
maybe the 3rd.
So you go to his house in early February. Why were you there? I mean, there must have been some discussion about you coming to visit him, I assume. Is that right?
No, there wasn't actually.
Okay. Tell us how you came to see Mr. Alexander in early February.
Well, that month he showed up on my doorstep at 1:40 in the morning without warning. And that's when I met Dan Freeman. And so a few weeks later, I thought I would repay him in kind and surprise him as well.
Okay, before we fast forward back to February, we heard about Mr. Freeman coming to your door at 1:40 in the morning, as you just talked about, and you and Travis went back to the bedroom. Is that accurate to your recollection?
Yes.
Mr. Freeman wasn't in that bedroom. Could you describe for us what happened in the bedroom while Mr. Freeman was outside of the door?
We just made out.
What do you mean, just made out?
It didn't go very far. We were just kissing and playing around and just having fun.
Okay. No oral sex?
No,
No anal sex?
no,
And your clothing stayed on?
yes.
Okay. So after this, a few weeks later, you surprised Mr. Alexander in early February. Do you remember about what time you arrived in the home?
I had to work that night, so I hit the road. I don't remember. I think it was around 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
And you were coming from Palm Desert?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you arrived.
I pulled up to his house and
Oh my God, did I
Last
just
week,
see that? What
we
happened?
ended,
Hold up.
we were speaking about the
Shit on a biscuit. Sorry,
gift
guys.
you received for
night, so
There we go. Ugh.
I hit the road. I don't remember. I think it was around 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
And you were coming from Palm Desert?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you arrived.
I pulled up to his house and I was kind of excited the whole trip. I was like thinking, I mean, he thought it was hilarious when he came, so I thought it would be funny to do that.
Could you speak up a minute?
I'm sorry. But as I approached the door, I had doubts. I thought, I kind of felt stupid. I was like, what is he going to think if I'm showing up at his house at 3:00 in the morning? So I started to like go back and forth and waver, and then I walked back to my car, and then I stopped. I was going to get all the way in the car and just go back because I
Okay.
felt silly. But I turned around and looked at the house one more time, and I noticed in the upper window there were lights flashing, like that was the loft where the screen would have been for the television or movies or whatever.
Okay.
So somebody was awake. So I decided, okay, what the heck? So before I could change my mind, I went back to the front door and rang the doorbell.
Okay. And who answered the door?
Travis and Napoleon.
Okay. And Napoleon is his dog, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I could hear him before anything else.
What's that?
I could hear him before anything else. He was
Okay.
barking very loudly when the doorbell rang.
Did Mr. Alexander appear to you to be happy to see you?
Yes, he looked very surprised and he had a big grin on his face.
Okay. What happened after that? Did he let you in the home? How did that go?
He pulled me into the house. It was cold out, so it was February, so I had a jacket on with a hood. And he just stood there, kind of a similar reaction to me when he showed up, just dumbfounded but happy. Like, what the heck? And then his roommate came downstairs and Travis yanked the hood off my head and said, "Well, this is Jodi." So,
And which roommate was that?
Thomas Brown.
Okay. So after you met Mr. Brown and he introduces you in the way he does, what takes place?
The three of us go upstairs and get comfortable on the love sacks. They're like giant bean bags. Travis and I took the center one, and then Thomas, I think, was on the other side. He would have been on my right.
Okay. As far as, and now we're talking, I know, late in the night or early hours of the morning, what were your sleeping arrangements in Mr. Alexander's home?
Well, based on the last time I was at his home and how he reacted, I told him it's okay if you want me to sleep on the couch. I'm okay with that. And he balked and insisted that I stay in his bedroom with him.
And did you end up spending the night in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did any sexual activity happen that night?
Yes, it did happen that night and the next night.
I'm sorry, and you said the next night?
Yes.
Okay. What happened that first night?
I don't recall specifics. I just know that we were intimate. The same kinds of things we had done before, nothing different. No, except we did the anal sex briefly, but there was none of that.
Okay. And at this point in time as well, you hadn't had penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander, is that
No.
right? Okay. And did you stay the next day then?
Yes.
What did you do? What did you and Travis do?
We hung out all day. He was showing me a museum that had come through Phoenix recently. It was called Body World. He was showing me that museum online, and it had just left town. Otherwise, he wanted to go take me to see it, but it was gone. So we just hung out at the house. I'm trying to remember if we left. I think we stayed at the house all day and hung out.
Okay. So you don't recall going out to dinner, going out to a movie, anything like that? Stayed home all day?
No, we might have gone to grab a bite to eat, but I don't think so.
Okay. And I know you talked about, you spent the next night with him. That day, did any sexual activity happen during that day?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It was that night.
Okay, so you spend all day there. Are his roommates home?
I don't remember if Thomas had to work or not during the day, but they were home. It was Thomas and I think Aaron Dewey.
Okay. When you were in front of the roommates, did he hold hands with you, put his arm around you, anything of that nature?
No, we stayed in the bedroom a lot, but when we hung out downstairs, if the roommates were there, we were just regular, like friends.
And I'm not talking from a sexual standpoint, but was he otherwise physically affectionate or expressive with you when you guys were behind the closed doors of his bedroom?
Yes.
So you spent 2 nights there, and you said this is a point in time that you became his girlfriend. What was the discussion then that got you to the point where you were to be his girlfriend?
Am I allowed to say what was said?
Well, did the two of you have a conversation?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of that conversation?
My dating life.
And during that conversation, did Mr. Alexander express to you his desire that you not date other people?
Yes.
And how did you receive that?
Well, it was kind of a lighthearted conversation. I didn't know if he was joking or not because he was talking about my dating life, but not his. So I looked at him like, what do you mean by that? And then he clarified and kind of laughed.
You mentioned his dating life. Did you inquire if he was dating anyone else?
No, I didn't.
Did he offer up any information that he might be dating someone else?
Not during that conversation.
He did later. He offered him up himself.
Yes, I later found out he was dating a girl named Chelsea around the Christmas time. Then it also would have been the time, I think, that I might have been in December, but I'm not sure. It was close to Christmas.
But this isn't something he volunteered to you at the time you were having this boyfriend-girlfriend talk, right?
No.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I think it was near Thanksgiving, actually, that they dated. I can't remember. It was the holiday.
Okay.
But they were separated by the time. I don't know. It's in his emails, so. it's
Okay.
fine.
So this moment in time that you became his girlfriend, were you happy about that?
Yeah, I felt pretty good about it. I don't know, we had made a lot of progress over the last 3 weeks because of some things that had happened involving some other friends of his. And he had seemed to really change and better himself, and he was treating me very nicely. And when we became what I believe was exclusive, then it just seemed like the natural next step.
What do you mean by some things that had happened with some friends of his? What do you mean by that? Without telling me specifically what was said.
Travis he was a funny guy, and he would make jokes a lot. And he made some jokes toward me that were not very nice, but they were jokes, but still didn't sit well with me. So I expressed that with some of his friends when we were hanging out. And they advised me to.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
May continue.
They advised me to stop dating him immediately.
These jokes, you characterize them as jokes. What do you mean? What would he say to you?
He called me a skank
In front of other people?
in front of his roommate, Josh Ward.
And he thought that was funny?
I didn't react, and he said, "I'm just kidding," very quickly.
He calls you a skank in front of a roommate of his. Why not just hightail it out of there?
We were on the phone actually when he said that. We were talking, and then he began to have a conversation with somebody else, so I waited. And then he apologized. He said, "Sorry, Josh just got home." I said, tell him I said hi. Jodi says hi. And I could hear a muffled response in the background. It sounded friendly, but he said, "You're a skank." So I knew that came from Travis, not Josh. And then he said, "I'm just kidding." So at that point, I didn't really know what to say. I just kind of, in a polite way, got off the phone with him. And then the conversation with his friends ensued because I was at their house when that phone call took place.
You mentioned a couple other things. Did he call you other names in a supposed joking manner?
Yes.
I'm going to check. Assuming facts not in evidence. Josh Ford called her a skank. She interpreted that to be for Mr.
Judge,
Alexander.
that's not accurate of what he said. These objections are inappropriate, Judge. Not what you testified.
Restate your question. Overruled.
Did Mr. Alexander call you other names besides skank in a joking manner?
Yes.
What were they?
Called me Pollyanna. He called me porn star.
In front of people?
Pollyanna, yes. Porn star, no.
Okay. And what was the point of calling you Pollyanna?
At the time, I had long platinum blonde hair, and I think because my demeanor at that time was kind of happy-go-lucky, positive, shrug things off if they were negative. I always looked at the bright side of things. That's kind of how I expressed myself. So with that demeanor plus my long hair, and he wanted to have braids sometimes, so he gave me that nickname.
Okay. But he would call you Pollyanna in front of your friends as well.
Yes.
You mentioned that he referred to you as a skank, and this set off somewhat of a conversation with some friends of his about how he treated you, right?
Yes.
And in your mind, you said he was treating you better, so you felt as if these issues had been resolved and you were getting closer.
The issue was, like, the can of worms was opened when that happened, when he called me that, and then I voiced my concerns about it. Sort of opened up a can of worms, I guess.
Well, did it open up a dialogue that ultimately led to this resolution, I guess?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So you are early February, your boyfriend and girlfriend, these issues have been spilled out on the table and resolved, so to speak. Are you happy?
That day, yes.
Okay.
It was nice.
When you became his girlfriend, did the way he interacted with you in public, did that change?
Around Dan and Desiree Freeman, and I think his roommate Aaron Dewey, yes. But everyone else, no.
Okay. So you're telling us that you felt as it, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Was he treating you as a girlfriend in front of these people and not in front of others? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
You made the comment that you were happy for that day. Did something change rapidly to make you not so happy?
Yes.
What happened?
He got up. We had been looking at the Body World Museum, and we're looking at all these different, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but all these different body parts, and it was fascinating, just the human body and the structure and the organs and all of that. And after a while of clicking around on that website, he got up and started straightening out his room and doing some things. And I was looking at the website, and some of the things we had looked at, we went over quickly, and I wanted to look at them again. So I clicked the back button, and until I found what I was looking for, kept clicking back, and then I clicked back one too many times, and I was suddenly in his MySpace account.
And what did you see there?
Well, at first I was confused. I thought, I wonder why he didn't log out. So I didn't see anything in it immediately, but it was the inbox, and the temptation got the better of me, so I clicked on an email.
And was there a particular reason a certain email got your attention?
Yes.
Why?
In early December, one day I logged on to MySpace, and I don't know if you're familiar with MySpace, but the friends in your network, you could see when they're online, because there's a little icon that flashes online now, or online or something. I don't remember. But I saw Travis was online too, so I clicked on his page to wish him good morning or good afternoon or whatever time of the day it was. And I noticed there were a ton of new comments on his page. And they were all from two women, and they were like, I don't know what the computer term is, but they were graphics. It was like graphic art. It was all very flirty, like lips and sparkly hearts and all these kind of suggestive things. So I thought that was interesting because, you know, we hadn't had the discussion yet about moving on or dating other people. This was right before that. And right then I got a phone call from him, and he could see that I was online. And he began to tell me about this crazy experience he had, and it involved this.
Well, let me stop you here just for a second so we're clear. This wasn't after you became his girlfriend. This was a time that you had seen his page previous to that from contacting him, right?
Will you say that again? I'm sorry.
I asked you what drew your attention to the particular email that you opened up the day after you became his girlfriend.
Because I noticed that it was the same girl because he spun a story about it. And when you reply on an email, it says the RE with the colon. And then if you reply again, it has another RE with a colon rather than just one. It increases every time the thread gets longer. RE, 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 RE. So I could see this was a long thread, and it was that girl, and I was curious, so I clicked on it.
Okay. And you recognize that girl, and he had described, you said, a prior wild experience that he had with her, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that wild experience, was that sexual in nature?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. That's not what he described.
Okay. Would you term it sexual in nature?
I would term it more hostile.
Okay. So moving back then to February of 2007, you're reading this email from this female that was sent to Mr. Alexander. Was what you were reading sexual in nature?
At first, yes.
Okay. So part of the content was sexual. That's my question.
It was kind of flirty, not very explicit, but there were innuendos.
Was there, in the context of this email, was there discussion about them meeting?
Yes.
And was there information related to when they were going to meet or where they were going to meet?
Yes, on the new year.
Okay. And as Travis's girlfriend, this didn't please you. Is that fair to say?
Well, it didn't make me elated, but it didn't bother me too much.
Did you ask Mr. Alexander about this?
No, not right away.
Okay. And I want to clarify something earlier because you said, you know, you were his girlfriend, you were happy for a day, and something made you unhappy. And now you're just telling us, well, this email, it didn't make me elated. Did something else make you unhappy, or was it just this email?
There was one other thing that really bothered me a lot more than that email. That email was months before we became official, so it was like, it wasn't, I was a little upset because it wasn't what he told me. So I was thinking, yeah, right. But there was another email that was more disturbing.
And why was that, without going into what it said, why was that disturbing?
It was much more sexual in nature, and it was with a married woman, an LDS married woman.
And you said it was sexual in nature. Did you get the sense that this woman and Mr. Alexander were engaged in some sort of affair?
I don't know. She lived in Southern California, but they were definitely making plans.
Did you speak with Mr. Alexander about this email?
Eventually I did, but I spoke to Sky about it first.
Okay.
Wasn't sure what to do.
All right. Why not, when you said you weren't sure what to do, why not just break up with him?
Well, part of my reasoning at the time was this was also something that took place a few months back. It was before Christmas, and I was a little disturbed by it made me question what his values were regarding marriage. But I liked him, so I wasn't going to break up with him.
You said you liked him. You were his girlfriend at this point in time. Were you in love with him in February 2007?
I might have been, but I don't recall being in love. I recall having feelings for him, but I don't know that I could say in love yet.
After you left his home as his girlfriend, did you go back to Palm Desert?
Yes.
And at that point in time, well, describe the relationship. You're hundreds of miles away anyway. Are we back to the phone calls, that sort of thing?
Yes, he began to call me more often at that point, owing partially to everything that had happened between his friends and I and him. And so he was a lot better in how he was treating me. So things began to develop a little bit more rapidly.
You say develop a little more rapidly. You're already boyfriend and girlfriend. What is it developing into?
Well, there was a lot more talk about marriage. We were not engaged. That the subject of marriage was almost discussed from very early on, not necessarily him and I, but he would throw out hypotheticals if. And then so now it was more like when he was making plans, it was always we instead of me. So it seemed like I was included more as in his future and his in mine.
And based on what you told us earlier, it would seem that at this point in time, being married and having a family was still one of your primary goals in life. Is that right?
Yes.
And in this time period of February 2007, are you still involved in prepaid legal?
Yes.
Actively, or you just have your membership purchase? How would you describe your?
I would describe it as I was very actively involved, but I was not making any money.
Okay. So after you leave and after you leave Mr. Alexander's home, you return to Palm Desert. The relationship is flourishing largely over the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. When do you next see Mr. Alexander?
We began to see each other about once or twice a month. I'm trying to remember the exact time. I came out to his house again in March, just prior to convention.
Okay. Well, you mentioned, you said you tried to see each other about every other week, right?
He would come out to California on average of once a month, and I started going to Arizona on average of once a month.
So he would either come out to your house in Palm Desert or you would go out to see him in Mesa?
Yes,
Okay.
until May, he came to Palm Desert.
I'm sorry. what was
Until
it?
May, he would come to Palm Desert.
Okay. And at this point in time, if I understand you correctly, February 2006, your boyfriend and girlfriend, but you have not had penile vaginal intercourse yet, is that right?
That's right.
When did you first have penile vaginal intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
It would have been April or May. I think May, pretty sure May, but it could have been April. It was in the spring.
Okay. Apart from these trips back and forth between your two homes and we heard a little earlier about travels. Had you traveled together yet? Just the two of you?
That month of March that I came out before convention was our first, was the first time we traveled together.
And where did you go?
He wanted to show me the places that were significant in Mormon church history. So we decided to we flew to Kansas City, Missouri, to see places in Missouri, historical sites. And then we also drove to Nauvoo, Illinois.
What was that?
Nauvoo, Illinois.
And what, maybe for those of us who don't know, just to begin with, was there something of historical importance in Kansas City?
Not in Kansas City, but that was the nearest major airport.
Okay. To this Navajo, Illinois?
No, to the sites in Missouri.
Okay. So how long a trip is this to be?
I don't remember how many days, but we left a few days early to see those sites and then fly to, or maybe drive to Oklahoma City, where our convention was in the spring.
Okay. And your boyfriend and girlfriend at this time as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. You go to Kansas City. Is there a difference in his behavior in terms of how publicly affectionate he is when you arrive in Kansas City as opposed to when you're back home in Arizona?
He's a little bit more distant. We hold hands sometimes, but not often. And that's about the extent. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes he wouldn't even hold my hand. It would just be like, he wouldn't introduce me to anybody, anything like that.
In Kansas City?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant at convention. I
No.
misunderstood.
No. Not at convention in Kansas City. We talked about how he acted like just your friend unless it was in front of Dan or Desiree Freeman or Aaron Dewey. But he acted like your friend, or just a friend in public. My question was whether or not when you got to Kansas City and you were traveling together where people didn't know you, did that change?
Yes, he was more affectionate in those cities when we were out of town.
And this trip to these Mormon historical sites, before you drove to Oklahoma City, how long of a trip was that to be?
We hit multiple places in a day and then spent the entire day in Nauvoo. I want to say 2 or 3 days.
Okay. And during these trips to these religious landmarks, and from what you say, and I don't want to assume this, so from what you say, it sounds like there were several in the Missouri area.
Yes.
Okay. And as far as these, you must have spent a couple nights on the road as well, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you have separate hotel rooms or just one?
No, just one.
2 beds or just one?
One queen size bed.
Okay. Was there sexual behavior during this trip?
Yes.
Oral sex?
I don't remember the nature of it. I just remember it was not anything different than what we had been doing.
Okay. And was this something fairly consistent throughout the 2 or 3 days that you were on this trip?
I think it only occurred once
Okay.
and during that portion of the trip.
Now, you talk about going through Missouri, and was the next portion of the trip to fly to Oklahoma, or was there something before that?
No, we went to 3 or 4 different places in Missouri. Then we drove to Nauvoo, Illinois.
And then from Illinois, you went to Oklahoma City?
Yes, we stayed the night in Nauvoo, Illinois. And then we spent the whole day until it was dark again, and then drove most of the night, I think, to Oklahoma. I remember driving a long time after Nauvoo.
Okay. And you said to convention, that was a prepaid legal convention?
Yes,
And based on what we heard before, it sounds like that was one of the 2 big conventions of the year, right?
yes, there were 2 conventions per year, and this one was in the spring.
Okay. And you mentioned, 'cause I think we got a little bit of miscommunication earlier, you said he was acting like your boyfriend on these trips, but it sounded like when you got to Oklahoma City, things changed.
That's correct.
Okay. And describe for us again, so we're clear, how did things change in terms of from a physical standpoint?
I just sort of became, it seemed like I was just another person there. Maybe on a friend acquaintance kind of level. I wasn't expecting, he had told me ahead of time that convention is crazy and all that. But there were plenty of moments where we were all just hanging out, and he wasn't incredibly affectionate. But there was one time where we were up very late and we were in the hotel lobby, and I was really tired, but I stayed to hang out with everyone, and he put a pillow on his lap and let me lay there. So that was really nice of him. But other than that, he was actually very flirtatious with another woman.
Okay. Without going into the details of that flirtation, you said he was flirtatious with another woman. Was that in front of you?
Yes.
That hurt your feelings?
Yes, it hurt my feelings.
You ever say anything to him about it?
Afterward, after the incident, we ended up talking about it.
In the past, you had mentioned how it was difficult for you to bring these things up to him, right?
Yes.
What gave you the courage or strength to bring this up to him?
I didn't bring it up to him this time. He came to me. I think he knew he screwed up.
Okay. And once he brought it up to you, was all forgiven?
Eventually, yeah, we talked a few minutes. getting into it again made me cry because it was very blatant what he did, and he was very apologetic.
What about the way he treated you at this convention? This kind of, well, what about this disparity between the affectionate behavior you saw when you were going through Missouri and the behavior during the convention? How did that sudden change to being just going from girlfriend, someone he's intimate with at nights in the hotel room, to just being one of his buddies at the convention?
Did you say how did that?
Yeah, how did that make you feel?
I didn't actually overanalyze it because this was a business convention. Nevertheless, there were couples there that were friendly outside of the business sessions. There's a lot of personal time and hanging out and partying. So I saw other couples being affectionate. I don't mean making out, just sitting next to each other, holding hands. Travis and I didn't do that. So it hurt my feelings a little, but it was very mild in comparison to the way he was actually acting with another woman.
Okay. So when how long was the convention? How long were you two just buds?
The convention lasts 2 days, and there was a breakout. I can't remember this time if the breakout came before or after convention.
Okay. Do you share a hotel room with Mr. Alexander?
Definitely not. We were in separate hotel rooms.
You say definitely not. What do you mean by that?
Well, he explained to me that it wasn't looked upon very well to stay in the same hotel room. Plus, because we weren't married, we weren't going to get the same hotel room. He would stay in a room with a bunch of guys, and I would stay in a room with a bunch of girls, and we would all split the cost.
I'm a little confused then, because it seems like this man had concern about the appearances at the convention, but didn't have any concerns about sharing a hotel room with you a night or two beforehand, right?
Yes.
Did you ever question him about that disparity?
No, I knew that it was a church standard, and I knew that we were going against the church standard when no one else knew about it. But not that time. Eventually that came up between us, but at convention I didn't.
Okay. Do you and Travis, how do you return back to, well, where do you go after the convention's over?
I believe we flew directly back from Oklahoma City to Phoenix.
You flew together?
Yes.
Just the two of you, or were there other, I mean, obviously it wasn't your own plane, but I mean, were there other associates or friends that were involved in this trip?
There might have been other friends on that flight because tons of people go, but not that I recall. We booked those flights together and it was just us.
Okay. When you get back from Oklahoma City, do you spend time with Travis, or do you immediately go back to Palm Desert?
Trying to remember. I believe that night we got back on a Sunday, and he used to go to dinner at his friend's house on Sundays, and that Sunday I went with him.
Okay. Did you spend more days with him?
I believe I stayed Sunday night and then left Monday.
That Sunday night before, well, let me ask you this. When you went to the home of his friends, had you met these people before?
No.
Did he introduce you to them as his girlfriend?
No, I was kind of just a friend.
Did that hurt?
If it did, I was ignoring it. I can't recall thinking anything particular about it.
Okay. That evening, do you go to this home and you're introduced as his buddy again? When you go back to the home, is there more sexual activity?
The night before I left, I really don't recall on that night.
Okay. Ms. Arias, before we move completely past the convention in Oklahoma City, you had mentioned some incident that had made you upset during this convention.
Yes,
That made you more upset than being treated as his buddy during this convention, right?
yes, I can't say that being treated as buddy made me really upset, just kind of bothered me.
Okay. What was this incident that you're talking about that hurt your feelings so significantly?
Well, this was the night of the executive director banquet, and I went again with Travis that night. After that banquet, most people like to change out of their tuxedos and gowns or whatever fancy dresses that they're wearing into clothing that's more comfortable. So Travis and I did that. I was in jeans or whatever, and he changed out to the same. And some people will stay in their dresses. There was one woman that came down the stairs from another level of the lobby, I guess. We were in the lobby area of the Sheraton Hotel. And she was very, very drunk, and she almost couldn't stand up. And so she began to hang all over various men, slurring things, making jokes that nobody really understood. Everyone was laughing at her, though. It was kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny at the time, too, so I flipped open my phone and started video recording her. Just so I could show her the next day. So everything was we were just laughing, and then am I allowed to say what she said?
Well, let me get specifically to what was it about this drunk woman, as you describe her? Did she have an interaction with Travis or something that made you upset?
Yes, she was hanging all over two guys, and then after that, she kind of lurched over to Travis and fell on him a little. And he held her up, and they were facing each other very close, and he was holding her around the waist, and she had her arms around his shoulders, and she had this very sexy black gown on, very generous cleavage, kind of pressed up against his chest, and he looked like he was loving every minute of it. And I was sitting down on a couch nearby. He was probably about 5 feet in that direction. And I had already shut my phone at this point because the video didn't last that long. I just got this feeling inside like my stomach flip-flopped. Like I couldn't believe he was doing that. Not just doing it, but doing it right in front of me and in front of all our friends. I was under the impression that most of our friends, Dan was there, Aaron Dewey was there, that other people understood we were together, and I didn't feel like that behavior was appropriate. But I didn't want to make a scene, so I stood up, and I was hurt. I felt like I wanted to cry, but I didn't really want anyone to see that. So I decided I was going to go to the bathroom. But in order to get to the bathroom, I had to walk right past them. So I passed them, and they stopped me briefly, and I don't remember what she was slurring, but he was just kind of laughing, and they were swaying and just going like that. And I just smiled and said, I don't know if I said much. I just kept walking after that. And I went into the bathroom and into a stall and sat down on one of the toilets and just started crying.
Now, did you express, this sounds like it was pretty upsetting to you.
Yeah, it hurt my feelings.
Did you express that to Travis?
Eventually, I was more appalled with the fact that he was doing it right in front of me and that he was doing it at all. But it definitely hurt my feelings, and I stayed in the bathroom for quite some time. Leslie Jodi came in, I believe it was her, it sounded like her voice, a few times calling my name. I think she knew I was in there, but every time I heard the door open, I put my feet up so that no one could see me in the stall, because I didn't want anyone to understand or to know that I was upset. So she left, and after the second time she came in and then left, I finally exited the stall.
Why, let me stop you for a minute. Why would you not want people to know that you were upset?
I guess I felt ashamed for some reason that he was acting that way. I felt ashamed. I can't really explain why. I guess I just felt like maybe I would be perceived as someone who didn't deserve anything better, or someone who was maybe overly dramatic or overreacting or too emotional. I wanted to be perceived more as just cool and calm and like shrug it off, like, whatever, because maybe there wasn't any meaning behind it. But even though they were very physically suggestive, or at least close and pressing their bodies up against each other, and it lasted quite some time, I just still was thinking, well, maybe there wasn't anything to that. Maybe it didn't mean anything. So I didn't want others to think that I was overreacting.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you brought this up with Travis. Did you do that before you left Oklahoma City, or was that after you got home?
It was shortly after I left the stall. I checked my makeup because I had cried it all off and my eyes were really puffy and red. So I didn't want to give myself away. So I tried to make myself appear like I wasn't crying. And then at that point, I think a half hour had passed. So I left the bathroom, and I had to walk past the same area again. Most of that group had dispersed, so I decided to walk really fast toward the elevators, and hopefully no one would notice me, but somebody did and called my name, and just to be polite, I stopped and said hi, and then continued on to the elevators. And then as I was getting near the elevator, Travis texted me and asked me where I was.
So after he texted you, did you get together and talk about it then?
Yes, I forgot actually one thing I did before you texted me.
Well, let's just focus on the conversation you had with Mr. Alexander.
Okay.
That happened that night in Oklahoma City?
Yes, it did.
And where did that conversation take place?
It actually took place, he was trying to get on the same elevator I was, but from his floor. So we figured that out, and I rode the elevator up, and he met me at the elevator.
He met you on the elevator?
As I came off the elevator.
Okay. So where are you when you talk about this?
We are outside the elevator. There's a long hallway, but then right before the hallway, there is a small table and a chair, maybe two chairs. We were there.
Okay, so you sit down and you talk about this event. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you yelling at him? Are you crying? What is your emotion when you're expressing how upset you are with him?
I had calmed down a lot. I didn't want to leave the bathroom until I was cool and collected. So I calmed down a lot, but as he got me to talk about it, it got me upset again. So I started crying some, and he reassured me and just said some nice things.
And that kind of ended the discussion about it there, at least in Oklahoma City?
That didn't really end the discussion. As I was going to sleep that night, he sent me a very nice text message, very apologetic, saying that he wanted to be better.
Here's it.
Sorry.
in terms of the conversation, the verbal conversation, that ended at the table in the hallway, right?
Yes, when we were present with each other.
So you leave Oklahoma City, you've had a conversation about this incident. You were telling us earlier how you had spent some time at a friend of Travis's house, had dinner there. And I think we're at a point in time where you were about ready to return to Palm Desert, right?
Yes,
Okay. And how far of a drive is Palm Desert from Mesa?
I remember it being approximately 5.5 hours, depending on how fast you drive.
Now, did you have a job back in Palm Desert at that time?
Yes,
And where were you working?
I was working at Quisto and trying to remember, I think it was California Pizza Kitchen.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, though, you were also telling us that you were seeing Travis every week, maybe every other week. So after you returned from convention, when was the next time that you saw him?
I saw him again the following weekend. There was a recap. They usually have some kind of recap event the week following convention, I guess in various regions, and Travis came to Southern California to the one that I would go to.
Okay. And you said Southern California. Where was this follow-up or?
I believe it was either in Anaheim or a city near that.
Okay. Did you share a hotel room together?
No, he stayed with friends and family, I think.
Okay. And did you have a hotel room?
I stayed, oh yeah, we were all staying at the same house, friends.
Okay. Any sexual activity at that point in time?
That night, I think we did in that house during those times, but I don't recall that specific night.
Okay. Do you recall whose home it was?
Yes,
Who?
it was Chris and Sky Hughes' parents' home.
Okay. When you were at this event, forgive me, I forget what you referred to it as, a post?
Recap.
Recap, okay. This post-convention recap, was his behavior the same it was in Oklahoma City in terms of how he treated you as a buddy or a colleague, as opposed to his girlfriend?
Yes, it was friendly, but not anything more than that.
Okay. And was he flirtatious with other women in front of you during this recap?
I don't recall. He's always very friendly with women, but I don't recall anything that sticks out.
Okay. So after this recap is over, do you both return to your respective homes?
No, the recap was one day on Saturday, and we stayed the night at the Hughes' parents' home. So it was a ranch, and we were out there, and there was a party. So a lot of people came over. It was a social event, and after the party dispersed, we hung out and went to sleep.
Okay. In the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this ranch, as you described it, meeting a bunch of people, did he introduce you as his girlfriend?
No.
Was it just, this is my friend Jodi?
He didn't
Something to
introduce
that
me at
effect?
all.
What's that?
He didn't introduce me at all.
So after this party at the ranch, what happens next? I mean, do you stay at the ranch a few more days, or is this the last day you're on the ranch?
A few more days. I think I left Monday evening.
Okay. And left, you mean to go back to Palm Desert?
Travis wanted to meet up with me in Riverside that night, so he told me to go to, I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's called the Mission or something. It's kind of a tourist destination in Riverside. He said it's a beautiful place for photographs and that I could get some nice pictures while he finishes up whatever he was doing at their house. So I had to I had to go to Verizon, and then I went there and took some pictures.
Okay. And did Mr. Alexander then meet you at this Mission Inn?
No, when he arrived in Riverside, he gave me directions to his grandmother's house.
Okay. And this house, was this also located in Riverside?
Yes,
Okay.
to my understanding.
Okay. And was this, by the time he had contacted you and given directions to his grandmother's house, was this, what time of day was this, if you can recall?
It was the evening, it was dark, but it wasn't very late.
Okay. So did he then, did you go to his grandma's house?
Yes,
Okay. Did he introduce you to his grandmother?
yes,
Okay. As his girlfriend?
no.
What did the three of you do while you were at his grandmother's house?
We just stayed. Trying to remember, I think I met her 3 times, and I don't want to get those things out of order. But the time that I left Temecula, which was where the ranch was, I believe, and then I went over to meet her, we only stayed for a few minutes, and it was a little awkward. I mean, I think I might have been meeting her for the first time, and Travis was kind of just standing there, and then he and I left to go to Barnes & Noble.
Okay. Where did you wind up spending the night that evening?
That evening, I think I drove home.
After you got back to Palm Desert, we're talking about January of 2007 still, is that accurate?
No, convention was late March. The recap was a week later. I think the party was on March 31st because it was the last day of the month.
Okay. Let me back up then. And was he at this convention and this recap, you were at least to the both of yours, at least the way you two looked at it anyway, you were boyfriend and girlfriend, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In between January and March, it was Valentine's Day, right?
Yes.
Did you spend Valentine's Day with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Did he provide you with any Valentine's gifts?
Yes.
How did those, did he deliver them himself or were they shipped to you?
They were shipped to me. We weren't together on Valentine's Day because I worked. And also the relationship was still kind of new, like 12 days prior. We barely made it official. So I didn't have any big expectations for Valentine's Day. But I came home between jobs in the afternoon, and there was a package on my doorstep.
And did you open the package right away? Was it, well, let me ask you this. Was it easily identifiable to you who the package was from?
Yes, his return address was on it.
Okay. Did you call him before you opened it, or did you open it?
I opened it before calling him.
What was in this package?
There were a variety of things. When I opened it, on top were some chocolates, Reese's peanut butter cups, and I think the little Halloween size, fun size Hershey bars. They were all melted completely. I guess they'd melted being outside. So I put them in the refrigerator. And then beneath that was a shirt that he had been joking about getting me for some months or weeks, maybe. It was over a month. And it's,
Could you describe the shirt for us?
yes, it's the one that was in the picture. It said Travis Alexander's.
What else?
I laughed because it was an inside joke that he had been making for a while. I didn't think he would actually get me a shirt like that, but he would joke about doing that. And so took it out of the package and lifted it up, and there were also other items underneath it.
I'm sorry, you say that again?
There were other items underneath it.
And what other items were there?
The pink shorts, which I didn't see his name on the back at first. I just picked him up and I thought they were cute.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 417. Is that the shirt and shorts you're talking about receiving from Mr. Alexander on Valentine's Day?
Yes,
Valentine's Day 2007?
yes.
Yeah, you mentioned some melted chocolates, t-shirt, shorts. Was there anything else in this package?
Yes, there was one other thing beneath the shorts.
What was that?
They were boys' underwear. They were Spider-Man underwear.
And did it seem strange to you that you were receiving those?
I was confused at first. They were still in the package. I don't remember the size, but they were like packaged like in a vacuum sealed package with the cardboard, so you could see the different styles of Spider-Man that were in that package. And I thought at the time.
Well, let me ask you this. Was there anything else in that package?
There was a nice letter also.
Judge, may we approach you?
Yes.
Okay, guys, that's the end of that one. Why would a guy give you Spider-Man underwear? Well, she's setting the stage for her defense. And her defense is that she did murder him because he attacked her and it was self-control. But prior to all that, he had been leading up with abusing her mentally and things like that. And then finally it went physical, and that's when she had to kill him. But not only did she say that, she said that one day she had walked in his room and he was masturbating and to a little boy's picture. So I think she's just setting that stage to blame him for all this and to use it as a defense. Like I said, she has done, it wasn't enough to totally overkill him many, many times. She had to get on the stand and totally kill his integrity and the good that people did think about him. Look, I'm not going to say that this guy was an up and up guy. I think he's a jerk. And I mean, I have to be honest, as a woman's point of view, I think if all this is true, and I mean, I don't know, right? We don't know. It comes out of her mouth. Maybe he treated her like a princess. I don't. But if it is true, he was a jerk. But you don't go kill someone for being a jerk. You tell them to fuck off and you get the hell out of there. Have some respect for yourself. Jeez Louise. I mean, listen, and y'all could sit here and tell me what a psychopath and sociopath and different personalities Jodi has or whatever. She knew she was being used, and she did everything she could to try to hang on to Travis Alexander, other than getting pregnant, which is what a lot of women have done as well. And then when, because they broke up several times, and supposedly, according to her, they got back together. We don't know for sure if they were ever an item, if it was ever official, but it doesn't matter. She used sex to coerce him, and even by her own account, you know, he mentally abused her, and she stayed for it. I mean, what do you do? What do you do? And we've only got one side, because unfortunately Travis is dead, so we can't speak on what happened. Regardless, we know that they were having sex. There's pictures. We know that he was doing things that he knew was against what he believed in, and he was probably doing his damnedest to make sure that nobody knew he was sexually active with her, because that could have ruined him. It could have ruined him. And I believe that's why she started videotaping and taking pictures, and also I'm starting to get tired, y'all, sorry. And that's also why she was recording their conversations on the phone, because it was going to be blackmail. But when he decided enough was enough, and I think he just told her, like, you know, like, I don't want to do this no more, for whatever reason. Either he had enough of it, or he was trying to walk the straight and narrow again, or he got some kind of conviction over his sin. I don't know what would cause him to, but I'm pretty sure he probably was man enough to say, look, we're not doing this no more. And then she found out he was taking another chick to Mexico. She wasn't going to have it, you guys. This is totally a case of, if I can't have him, neither are you. And she, by this time, was completely obsessed with him. An obsession is not love. I don't care how many times or how many ways you cut that. It will never equal love. It doesn't. And that's scary. It's scary. But anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I've got nothing else for you tonight. We've been here a long time. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for the fun chat. It was really nice to meet you guys and to have new people in the chat. I love it so much. I will be back on, well, now it's already 7:30 a.m. here in Indiana. So I will be back on late tonight, about midnight, between midnight and 1. It just depends on when I sleep. But between there and then we will go into the next one. I think the next one, they're going to actually get into the murder and what all happened there. I cannot wait to watch when Juan Martinez takes over and starts prosecuting her, because you guys, he was phenomenal. It was probably the best prosecution I've ever watched. And I've watched a lot of court TV. I love court TV. And it was probably one of the best prosecutions I've ever seen done. I thought he was magnificent at it. But anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope to see you guys next time. If you haven't hit the like yet, please do that on the way out. The last person in, turn out the lights. You're responsible. I don't have a lot of money, so I'll be putting that bill in the mail to y'all if you leave the lights on. Love you guys so much. Mods, thank you so much for everything. You guys mean the world to me. I appreciate you. And big love to my co-host, Maggie, who's out in the UK. We love you, Maggie. And I hope you guys have a great day wherever you are. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.